This meeting is being recorded.
Madam Clerk, it is 7 p.m.
This meeting is called to order. Roll call. Councilman Nathaniel Anderson.
Present.
Councilwoman Rebecca Perone.
Present.
Councilwoman Tiffany Worthy.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Samantha Whitfield.
Present.
And Mayor Kia McIntosh.
Present.
We would now have our prayer. Reverend Cook did have to go to the doctor. So I'll do the prayer for him. Trust in the Lord with all thy heart and lead not into our own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him and he will direct our path. Most heavenly and gracious Father, we come to you this night, God, thanking you for another council meeting, oh God. God, we ask that this meeting was done decent and in order, God, and according to your will. We ask you to bless each and every elected official tonight, oh God, township manager, the township clerk, the community, God, and all its residents, oh God. God, we ask that this meeting will be pleasing in thy sight, for this is, we ask in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
May we stand for the flag salute, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In compliance with the Open Public Meeting Act, this is to announce that adequate notice of this meeting was provided in the following manner. On January the 8th, advance written notice of this meeting was posted on the bulletin board in the municipal complex. On January 5th, advance written notice of this meeting was mailed to the Burlington County Times, the Intelligencer, and the Courier Times. January 8th, advance written notice of this meeting was filed with the township clerk. The clerk is directed to enter to the minutes of this meeting this public announcement. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Harris, we can start with you with the manager's municipal update.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So I will say that the municipal directors and department heads and employees have rolled into 2023 ready to continue their work as the department directors and heads support the township operations. We are in the process of doing and completing the 2022 directors reviews and establishing the department goals for 2023. 2022 was a really great year for Willingboro. Our year-to-date revenue anticipated was $35,131,430.72. which does not represent the total revenue collected in Willingboro, but that's revenue, 97% of the revenue that we were anticipating for operations. Cash. Our year-to-date expenditures totaling $41,586,249.37, which represents 95% of the total appropriations budgeted, which not only include O&D expenses, but salary and wage expenses as well. So Willingboro is in a really good financial position from where we budgeted in 2022 to where we ended up in 2023. And it's really, really good thing. From the departments, the police department, Captain Bucks, we offer him our congratulations as he graduated from the FBI National Academy, session number 284 earlier in the month of December. Captain Bucks is the 7th officer from Willingboro's department's history to complete this prestigious program. And I believe nationally, there's less than 1% of officers who have the opportunity to attend the FBI National Academy. So we salute Captain Bucks on this outstanding achievement. Earlier in December, Officers Canals and invited Mr. Alex Munn, who was Alex Mann, I'm sorry, who was an autistic young man, to come and speak to the police department about things to be aware of when interacting with a person with autism. Examples of those things he spoke about include sensitivity to bright light, loud noises, and touch. So the Willingboro Police Department was Mr. Mann's 266th police department that he has given that presentation to. And it's a good thing because our officers are now a little more sensitive to residents and individuals who may have autism and how they should deal with them. On Saturday, December 17th, the Willingboro police officers delivered 32 packages of food to Willingboro residents who were unable to go to the pantry themselves due to mobility or transportation issues. They began making food pantry deliveries to residents at the onset of the pandemic in 2020 and have continued to do so ever since. So those deliveries are made on the third Saturday of each month. Earlier also, the Shelter Advisory Board advised the Willingboro Police Department that there were 52 children and 28 adults that were currently residing in Burlington County motels due to domestic violence under the umbrella of Catholic Charities. The police department purchased 52 holiday stockings. They filled them with different toys and pencils and things, as well as a number of Wawa gift cards valued at $25 each for the parents. And Officer Landrum delivered the cards and stockings to Catholic Charities over on Beverly Rancocas Road, who distributed the items to the individuals residing in the motel. Director Bucks, Captain Perez, Lieutenant Harry, Lieutenant Toner, and Lieutenant Bankston. They also met with Director Krantz from the library and Linda Cray, who was a library social worker, and a Miss Archer from a Beloved Project. They met at the library in order to brainstorm ideas on how to assist the unhoused population that's currently in Willingboro. They learned during the meeting that the library already offers extensive assistance to those individuals in the form of referrals to various social health agencies and provides them access to food pantries. And Ms. Archer of the Beloved Project also advised that she has access to further programs to assist this population and agreed to continue to coordinate with Ms. Cray at the library to augment the services provided by the library. So it's good to see that the police department are engaging in philanthropic and activities to help serve the Willingboro population other than just policing activities. And I applaud them for their additional efforts. Our EMS, back in 2022, the council authorized the hiring of 4 full-time EMS personnel and 1 supervisor to better serve the residents of Willingboro. Although this was a huge expense, it would not be financially taxing on the township if we reach the anticipated $540,000 in revenue collected through billings. And I'm happy to report that we've surpassed that number to date by $4,000, with potentially more revenue billed in 2022 to potentially come in. We're looking to expand EMS services in 2023 by adding 4 more additional personnel to the night shift, which will be augmented by further revenue billings as we continue to look to strive to better serve residents and businesses here in Willingboro. Our DPW, they will be out collecting Christmas trees during the next couple of weeks, so please leave your trees at the curb. They will be collected on your normal trash day collection, not by the trash company. So if the truck comes and your tree is left there, please leave it out. They will come by and collect your Christmas trees. In December, the DPW, they filled 23 potholes throughout the township, and we understand that there are more that need to be done. They collected 183 30-gallon bags of trash from our main roads, 19 30-gallon bags of trash. They cleaned the debris from 330 catch basins prior to that little bit of a storm back on December 23rd, and have collected 163 loads of leaves totaling 3,260 cubic yards, which cost the township over $20,000 to dispose of. And we were finally able to identify the leak at the Country Club pool, and are currently working with the engineers to put a plan in place to have that leak repaired prior to the pool season coming up in the spring and summer. We are also in the process of interviewing for the new DPW director. We received about a dozen resumes and have scheduled 6 interviews. We have the hope to have the process completed by mid-February, and I would like to have the council meet the prospective candidates sometime later during the month. The Buckingham Drive culvert repair is almost at completion. They had a slight delay, but should be holding a road closing meeting next Friday, the 27th. So that will handle the repair of the culvert draining portion of Buckingham Drive. The township did receive a 2023 municipal aid grant for $318,000 to repave Buckingham Drive. The total anticipated cost of that project would be about $400,000. So we will be asking the governing body for additional $87,000 in 2023's capital budget to repave Buckingham Drive, and Buckingham Drive will be in really good repair in here in Willingboro. I'm happy to announce that our inspections department has received the 2 new electric vehicles that the council authorized the purchase for in 2022, and partially funded through a grant through the BPU and PSE&G. Also, they have been very busy in the month of December, collecting over $99,000 in revenue, which is phenomenal, being a very cold and quiet month. Our communications team completed the 2022 edition of the Willingboro Community Newsletter, which is available online, and residents can pick up a hard copy in the municipal complex if they'd rather. And the 2023 calendar is going to print and will be out in the homes shortly. Regarding personnel, last month we hired 3 new employees, 1 in the police department and 2 in the township clerk's office. We hired 1 new part-time EMT, 1 police officer retired, and unfortunately we had 2 workers' compensation claims. And finally, Councilman Anderson, Dr. Worthy, and I participated in a meeting with the Pan-Hellenic Council. That may have been in November, but what we were looking to do is to forge a better collaborative partnership between their Greek organizations and the township, as we are looking to enhance the value that they bring to the community, and in turn recognize their contributions by possibly establishing a park area for them to proudly and with honor display the benches representing the different fraternities and sororities. And we are continuing to look to move forward with that in 2023. And those are all the items that I have to bring to the governing body this evening in my municipal update.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Does council have any comments or questions about Mr. Harris's update?
As it relates to the meeting that we had, I'll be looking to bring that up under old business because this is something we initially spoke about, and now we're just doing some follow-up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Councilman Anderson. Yes, Councilwoman Perrone.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Harris, for your presentation. I did hear you. I did also received it in writing. I think you said there was a presentation that was forwarded regarding the invitation for the autistic gentleman that spoke. Was that sent out already to the council? I think you said it was shared.
An invitation?
Not an invitation. Let me look at it. There was a presentation.
Right. The police had him come in and make a presentation to the department.
Okay. Oh, it wasn't shared with the council. Okay.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't that type of event.
Okay. Okay. I thought it was something that was like a PowerPoint or something that was shared. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other council members? Any comments or questions for Mr. Harris? Okay, Mr. Harris, you can move on to the resolution or resolutions.
So the resolutions that we're going to be presenting to you this evening for your consideration, resolution number 15, all 2023, is a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application to the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs for improvements at the JFK Center. I did send out a very late minute update to this resolution because when I was putting together, I was looking at two different documents and I unintentionally incorporated some of the language from the other document into this resolution. So the abbreviated version of this simply reads, whereas the Township of Willingboro desires to apply for and obtain a grant from the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs for approximately $100,000 to carry out a project to improve the existing running track at the Kennedy Center to accommodate growing recreational needs. And whereas additional revenues will serve to enhance the quality of the township's outdoor recreational resources for public enjoyment and activity use, proposed improvements will restore the damaged running surface to improve track conditions. Now therefore be resolved that the Township of Willingboro does hereby authorize and acknowledge the application for grant, and then additional language with that. I don't know if you are familiar with the running track at the JFK Center, but it is in disrepair. I drive by there all the time, and that is a very well-used track in the morning walkers and in the afternoon walkers. And it really is potentially a trip hazard with the ruts and different kind of conditions. So I applaud the Recreation Department for taking this opportunity to maybe move forward and do something to repair that track at the JFK Center. We had discussed this last meeting, and the mayor did sign the grant application, but I was unaware that there was a resolution that needed to go with that. And that's why we're asking you to approve this resolution so we can sign it, submit it with the already signed grant application. Resolution number 16 is authorizing a not to increase or not to exceed amount for Riggins Incorporated to obtain fuel and diesel for the operation of township vehicles. We all know what the fuel situation was in 2022. After all the bills have come in, we were still a little bit short. So we need an additional $35,000, taking the request from $215,000 to $250,000 to finally pay all of the fuel bills from 2022. Remembering back in December, you did do a resolution to increase the line from $140,000 to $215,000, but we still need about an additional $35,000 to cover all of the expenses for the year. Resolution number 17 is authorizing the township to enter into a contract with New Jersey Animal Control LLC for the provision of animal control services to the Township of Willingboro. We did enter into a contractual agreement in 2022. We are looking to renew that contractual agreement in 2023. Thanks to the diligence of Captain Bucks, he was able to review our services utilized by the animal control services compared to some of our neighboring municipalities, and was able to broker us a little bit of a decrease in the price. Not substantial, but a couple of $1,000 is a couple of $1,000. Last year, the animal control, Jersey Animal Control responded to 1,177 calls for, let me rephrase that. Last year, there were 1,177 police calls or calls for animal control services. What the officers do, they respond to every animal complaint, and then they determine if the ACO is needed based off, the contracted services. So out of that 1,177 calls, there were about 140 where the animal control, the ACO services was actually called out to deal with an animal in some sort. Mary, you had a question? You had an inquisitive look.
Mm-mm.
Okay, you're good?
Yep.
Resolution number 18 is a resolution authorizing the extension of the contract for trash and debris removal services. We're actually amending resolution number 2022-170 and resolution number 2022-70 inadvertently added 4NS Services LLC into the resolution, where the company should have actually been United Field Services. So we just are looking to amend that resolution to say United Field Services, and thus awarding them a $20,000 contract for 2023 services. These are not for services that were provided in 2022. These are for 2023 and moving forward. We just awarded the contracts in the latter part of the year for this year and moving forward. Resolution number 19 is authorizing the opt-in to examination exemptions to civil service hiring procedures. You recall the police came last year and requested that we ask for alternative methods to hire police officers outside of the civil service process due to various constraints and restraints, different changes that civil service had made, and just really the inability to get highly qualified individuals to come in and work in Willingboro. Initially, we had proposed an ordinance, but we had agreed that on a resolution where the governing body did permit the use of the exemptions, as long as we were to inform you prior to that we were going to use these exemptions. In 2022, recently they were used. It was used one time, and one candidate was hired because of that. Or three candidates were chosen. One was hired because of that, through that exemption. So this is something that needs to be done annually. So although we passed the resolution at the very end of last year, I think it's just prudent for us to do this every January for the January through December calendar year, instead of trying to remember to effectuate it, a renewal in November or December of the end of the year. So that's why I'm bringing it to you so quickly in 2023. Resolution number 20 is authorizing the final extension of the contract with Virtua Health for the provision of advanced life support services transportation. Virtua Health compensates Willingboro Township through a third-party billing services for transport when advanced life services are required for patient care. This agreement is only enacted if the patient care requires advanced life services. So this is we are in an agreement with Virtua Health to receive compensation for this, and this is just extending this contract or this agreement for another 1-year term. Resolution number 21 is very familiar, is authorizing the township to place municipal charges on certain properties for failure to address property maintenance violations. You know, our inspections department, they do go out and sometimes take care of properties that are poorly maintained, and then we go and put liens on the property as a method to recollect our expenses to maintain their properties. Resolution number 22 is a resolution authorizing the award of contract for municipal accounting software licensing and maintenance and related equipment. Edmunds is our financial software provider here in the township. They provide us with our financial software licenses. They provide us with financial software hosting services, and they prepare our tax bills, our tax bill processing for us. And this is just a resolution authorizing a contract with them to continue the services that they provide and support as well for the year of 2023. Resolution number 23 is a resolution that was brought to you earlier back in 22, where we had asked for the council to approve the purchase of 2 leaf vacuums from Grand Turk Equipment that were provided for in the 22 capital budget. At the request of the mayor, we did postpone that to kind of investigate alternatives to leaf collections. We met with a few companies to come in, and we did discuss that. There are alternatives to the disposition of the leaves, but there are not really any alternatives to the collection of the leaves that would not require a massive town-wide buy-in, which can be further discussed and developed for maybe 2024, 2025. But in the interim, we do need the equipment to go ahead and collect the thousands of cubic yards of leaves that the township does go, and we're asking that you authorize this resolution to go ahead and finally purchase these 2 leaf vacuums, which if I am understanding they may not even get here in 2023. That's how late these companies are with producing these types of equipments. And finally, I believe that's not finally. A resolution number 24 is authorizing an interlocal service agreement between Pemberton Township, Willingboro Township, and Burlington County to purchase equipment through the Justice Assistance Grant Program. The Justice Assistance Grant Program does award money to municipalities to use to purchase certain types of equipment. They have a requirement that only one agency in a district can kind of receive the funds and disperse the funds. So what happens is Pemberton has submitted the application on behalf of Burlington County, and Willingboro Township, Burlington County, opted not to utilize them this year. However, we did, and were authorized or awarded a $14,000 108 grant to purchase breaching tools and ballistic shields. That money will be distributed to Pemberton. We would go out and purchase the equipment that we would purchase with the equivalent of those funds, and then we would be required to submit a purchase order with receipts and things like that to Pemberton, who will reimburse Willingboro Township out of the grant funds provided by this organization. It's a very convoluted process, but that's the way it is, and we're just looking to re-enter into that agreement between Pemberton, us, and the County of Burlington. Resolution number 25 is a resolution that is going to be taken care of by Ms. Blige. 26 is authorizing the approval of vouchers for payment and ratification. And Resolution 27 is going to be covered by Ms. Blige as well, I believe, but it's related to the providing of the appointment of the township auditor, which is kind of necessary for us to continue to move forward in the budgeting process, as they are the ones who help establish the annual financial statement and the annual debt statement, which are required before we can complete the budgeting process. So, Mayor, those are all the things that the administration is presenting to the council for your consideration this evening. And if anyone has any questions, I will do my very best to answer them.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harris. Ms. Blige, we just have the one extra one for the resolution and appointments for the various boards. That would be 25. Correct.
Right, and also it's gonna be 25 and 29.
29, is there a 28?
28 is executive session. but
Executive session, okay.
Right, we're adding one. If you would allow me to move that around, I can fix it on my end. I would rather executive session be the last.
Okay, so executive session would be 2023-29.
Yes.
And what's 28?
It's going to be the resolution for boards and commission, WMUA.
All right, okay. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Blige.
You're welcome.
All right, we are,
Madam Mayor,
yes,
my apologies. I do have an electronic version of the agenda.
okay,
I did not pick it up, but the one I have, and Madam Clerk did explain that some of the information has been updated. With regards to, or I just don't want to miss this part when it comes up.
Okay.
With regards to travel reimbursements, on my copy, it has no ordinance number, but it
yeah,
does.
because it's not, we're just talking about it right now. So
Okay,
we'll discuss it and then that ordinance will be formed and then it'll be a real ordinance.
okay, all right, then, good,
Yeah.
thank you.
No problem. All right, we're gonna
Madam Mayor,
move on.
just one
Yes.
question. Is it my
Yes.
understanding we're not moving ahead with number 27 tonight, or we are, which is the auditor appointment?
We are,
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
yep. Okay, we are now moving to public comment for agenda items only. This is for agenda items. If you have any questions or concern about the resolutions that were presented today, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Public comment is now open for agenda items only. Is there anyone in queue?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Okay, public comment for agenda items is now closed. Council, are there any besides resolution 25 and 28? Are there any resolutions you would like further discussion on?
Just one question, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
With regards to the ordinance, as far as Rodeo Park, I understand we're gonna be repairing the park. Is that the park that we're gonna include, some playing devices for autistic children?
Yeah, so I know what, then I'll keep that one out. We can do that for discussion.
Oh, okay,
I'll keep it out.
okay.
So,
Mayor,
Mayor,
you
that,
need to keep 27 out also.
that resolution,
Keep 27 out, all out? Okay.
my
Mr. Harris?
apologies. Mayor, resolution number 15 is not relative to Royal Park. It is just relative to the track at JFK
Yeah.
Center.
So can we just keep that? We'll keep it out for discussion. It's not, we haven't
Okay.
All right, we'll just keep that out. You can explain it. Okay. Well, then I make a motion for a consent agenda for resolution 2023-16 through 2023-25.
So moved.
Moved by Mayor McIntosh, seconded by, that was Councilwoman Perone. Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Whitfield.
Yes.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Oh,
I'm so
wait,
sorry.
no, that's
I'm
supposed to
sorry.
be Worthy, and then,
Councilwoman Worthy. I'm so
Yes.
sorry. Deputy Mayor Whitfield
yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I went
And
way
you can
back
go
on
back to
that one.
15, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Are we,
We got to do the approval.
oh yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yes.
I make a,
I'm sorry. I make a motion to approve resolutions 2023-16 through resolution 2023-25.
Second,
Who was that? Who seconded?
Deputy Mayor seconded.
Okay, thank you. Moved by Mayor McIntosh, seconded by Deputy Mayor Whitfield. Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
Continue.
Now we
Mayor?
just, yeah, we have 2023. Do you make a motion for 2023-15?
You want me to go ahead and read the resolutions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Resolution 2023-15, resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application to the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs for improvement at Brodo Park and the JFK Center. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Second,
Moved by Dr. Worthy, seconded by Councilman Anderson. Any discussion? Mr. Harris, Councilwoman Perone had asked about the autistic section for Brodo.
So this resolution is not related to that. I believe that she may be looking at the prior copy that, an amended copy of that resolution was sent out earlier this evening, removing the language from Brodo Park related to this particular grant application. This is specifically for the JFK Center and is not inclusive of Brodo Park.
So as far as amending the park to include autistic children to play, that's what has been removed. We're only focusing on the track. Did I understand that correctly?
No, this resolution is authorization to submit the grant application for the JFK Center track. We're not removing anything. It was never a part of the application.
Okay, okay. So when it says Brodo Park at the JFK Center, it's not about Brodo Park. It's just specifically for the track that travels.
That's correct. When I was compiling this resolution, I had two documents in front of me that were related. So I inadvertently incorporated some of that language into the resolution. Ms. Bolden pointed out my error and I submitted a correction to the governing body. This resolution is just specifically related to the JFK Center.
Okay, but just on this topic, are you planning to include autistic children in any of the parks as far as revitalizing the parks?
That's something that the council can discuss, and if that's the desire of the body, we are more than happy to honor that.
Oh, but I thought we had discussed that last year, that it was already in the plannings, if I'm not mistaken, that was part of discussion to design the park to also include autistic children play.
There is some remodeling going on at Brodo Park, but that is dependent on your inclusion of money in the capital budget to complete the construction. But I do not believe that it included an autistic component.
Okay, I guess we can.
Yeah, we can do that then. So we're talking about capital budgeting today, and over the next month, council, we put our request in for what our priorities are, especially for the capital since our debt service is going down. So that'll be a topic that you can definitely, and it can be supported.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes,
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes. And the next one is 26. I forgot to put that in the consent, but
25, right? For 26, you said?
I'm sorry, yeah, 25. I apologize.
25 probably should not have been in the,
It's not. It's not.
oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's not.
A resolution for the town, resolution 2023-25, a resolution for the Township Council of the Township of Willowboro, providing for the appointment to various township boards, youth advisory, shelter board, zoning board, planning board, finance board, and economic development and Route 130. I need a nomination for the youth advisory, please. Wait a minute, did I get a roll call vote on that?
And
You need to
I
do
need a
the
motion.
motion,
Mhm.
then a second, then do that process, then open it up for nominations.
Right. Resolution 2023-25, a resolution for the Township Council of the Township of Willowboro, providing for appointment to various township boards, youth advisory, shelter board, zoning board, planning board, finance board, economic development, and Route 130. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
second,
moved by Dr. Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman Perone. Roll call.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
yes,
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I need a nomination for a youth advisory committee, please.
I nominate Celeste Martin for the youth advisory.
There any other nomination? Need a motion to close nomination, please.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councilman Anderson. Need a roll call for this? Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
yes,
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I need a motion to make Celeste Martin a member of the youth advisory, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Deputy Mayor Whitfield, seconded by Dr. Worthy. Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
yes,
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I need nomination for the shelter board, please.
I'd like to nominate Carol Ramsey.
Are there two spaces? Can we nominate both at the same time? Are there two spaces?
Yes,
Councilman
you can.
Anderson?
Yes, you can.
I'd like to nominate Carol. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Councilman Anderson. Go
Oh,
ahead.
no. I was looking for the second one. I know
Loretta Davis.
Yes. I nominate Carol A. Ramsey and Loretta Davis.
Second.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Are there any other nominations? I need a motion to close nominations, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Anderson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Whitfield.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
yes,
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I need a motion to accept Carol Ramsey and Loretta Davis for the shelter board, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Whitfield, seconded by Dr. Worthy. Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I make a motion to nominate Edgar De Oliveira and Pat Lindsay Harvey to the Economic Development Committee.
Second.
Who was the second one? I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Patricia Lindsay Harvey. And Edgar De Oliveira.
Mayor, you second?
Yes.
Roll call.
Roll call, please. I'm sorry. Yes.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes. You can go ahead, Madam Clerk.
I need a motion to accept Edgar, what was the last name?
De Oliveira.
Yes, and Pat Lindsay Harvey to zoning board, please.
Economic
Economic development.
It's economic development.
Oh, I'm sorry. To economic development, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Anderson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Whitfield. Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes. You can proceed, Madam Clerk.
I need a nomination for the zoning board, please.
I nominate Tyrus Ballard for the zoning board.
Second.
Any other nominations? I need a motion to close.
So
So
moved.
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Whitfield, seconded by Councilwoman Perone. Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I need a motion to add Tyrus Ballard to the zoning board, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Anderson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Whitfield. Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I need nomination for the planning board, please.
There's no openings on the planning board, Madam Clerk.
Okey dokey. I need nomination for the finance board, please.
I nominate Edgar De Oliveira and James Hall.
Second.
Any other nomination? Need a motion to close, please.
So
So
moved.
moved. Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Whitfield, seconded by Councilwoman Perone. Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I need nomination for the Route 130 corridor committee, please.
I make a motion for Edgar De Oliveira.
Oh, we can just, oh, I already did nomination. I think he was the only one, right?
Right, yeah, Edgar De Oliveira.
So can you just make a motion to?
Okay, I will. I make a motion to appoint Edgar De Oliveira to the Route 130 River Route Committee.
Second.
Moved by Mayor McIntosh, seconded by Councilwoman Perone. Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
Resolution 2023-28, resolution for the township.
Yeah. 26, was that included? We had 26?
No, it wasn't. We should do that separately.
26, we should?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, why don't we do that right now, just so we cover it?
okay. Yes, 26.
26 now?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, please.
Okay. Resolution 2023-26, authorizing the approval of voucher for payment and ratification. Need a motion, please?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Councilman Anderson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Whitfield. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes. Then we can go into 27.
A resolution 2023-27, a resolution of the Township Council of the Township of Willenburg, providing for the appointment of the Township Auditor, Bowman and Company LLC. I need a motion, please.
So moved?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Whitfield, seconded by Councilman Anderson. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
And resolution 2023-28, I think that's put us where we need to be.
Okay.
A resolution for the Township Council of the Township of Willenburg, providing for the appointment to the WUMA. I need a motion, please.
WMUA.
I'm sorry, WMUA.
So moved?
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councilman Anderson. Roll call.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I need nominations to the Board of WMUA, please.
I nominate,
Madam Mayor? Point
Yes.
of Order, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Weren't we supposed to go in executive session about this topic?
We, executive session was canceled.
Okay, weren't we supposed to discuss? Okay, I thought we were gonna discuss this topic.
Yeah, the majority council, they went through all their paperwork and everybody is okay with whoever they're gonna choose.
Okay, but what about the legal document that we received from the attorneys regarding the applicants that have applied in the manner of their behavior while working at the MUA?
And to the extent we're talking about those issues, it'd be my recommendation that if there's further discussion on that, although it's not on the agenda, this is a time-sensitive thing, I understand.
Yes,
So all I can say is if there's going to be discussion, I would strongly recommend you consider going into closed session.
Yeah.
As opposed to
No,
discussing.
agree, if everybody else, I'll listen to other council members, the other three, if we want discussion, I'm definitely okay with.
yes, because I did speak with Mr. Crook. He did receive the legal memorandum from the attorneys at the MUA regarding one of the applicants. And I do feel that we need to discuss this in executive session.
Okay, then we probably needed to have a motion to go into executive session to vote on that to see whether the majority of the council agrees
Right.
with that.
Right.
If they do, then we'll do the motion to go into executive session and proceed from there. So I guess at this point, Councilwoman Perone, if you want to make that motion, you can, and we'll go from there.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Crook. And I am making that motion, and Madam Mayor, respectfully, so with regards to our in-person, our communication, you and I, we did not have a meeting necessarily with all of council, but it was explained that we would discuss this in executive session up until this very moment today that I'm hearing that we were not going to discuss it. You said you had other votes. However, that.
No, I didn't say I had other votes, but I said, we'll see if council now, you have a motion. Well, if council wants to go in executive session, I'm okay with it.
Okay, so yes, I make a motion to go in executive session.
I second it, just based on all the communication going back and forth.
Okay. The motion is made by Councilwoman Perrone to go into executive session, and this will be during our regular executive session, and seconded by Councilman Anderson. Roll call.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perrone,
Yes,
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes. Okay, so we'll hold that off for executive session, and then we'll make a vote after executive session.
And just to clarify, that goes under the exception where you're talking about an appointment and personnel issues. That's the exception that justifies it, just for the record.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, Council, I'm requesting approval of minutes of September the 20th, 2022 and October the 4th, 2022. I need a motion, please.
so move.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Perrone, seconded by Councilman Anderson. Roll call, please.
Councilman
I'm
Anderson,
sorry, any discussion? I apologize. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perrone,
Yes,
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
Mayor, for municipal clerk update, just wanted to add that as of Friday, I now have a complete staff. I'll be requesting at least 30 days to get things in order and try to get catch up and give you all accurate information. Also, just want to remind you that the cannabis bid process closed on January the 20th. And if you all could make a decision on that at the first meeting in February, which will be our February the 7th meeting. So it closes on the 20th. I will have those packets available for you all by the 21st. If you all can get them and review them again and be ready to make a selection on February the 20th.
February 7th.
I'm
right?
sorry, February the 7th. It closes January the 20th, and hoping you all can make a decision on February the 7th.
Okay,
That's all I have.
thank you. Is council okay? Okay with Ms. Blygen's request for 30 days just to get everything on board in her office?
Madam Mayor, just for clarity, what does that mean exactly?
Madam Clerk.
That means that we still have minutes and municipal updates with accurate numbers outstanding to you all.
Oh, okay. All right. Yes, I'm okay with that. Thank you.
I'm in favor of 29 days. Yeah, I'm good with it.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, I'm fine with that.
All right, thank you. Okay, and that's it for you, Madam Clerk?
Yes, and Mayor, I also want to add for new business, I know that council did not, I sent you the last page of the revised agenda. So y'all need to take a look at that because it added a item for new business. That's all I have.
Okay. And Councilwoman Perrone, you got the new packet, right?
I have the amended one.
Okay, I just want to make sure I know, because I know it came to the email for you. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm trying to follow along, but I have most of it.
Okay.
I'll ask
Okay.
questions if I'm lost anywhere.
Okay. No problem. Okay, we'll move on to unfinished business. Does any council have anything for unfinished business?
Yes. As it pertained to the report that Mr. Harris gave, he, myself, and Dr. Worthy did attend a meeting with members of the Pan-Hellenic Council in discussions of, working together in a community effort, which also included some type of appreciation of showing what they do for the communities, because each of those organizations, and there are others, that do a whole lot for this community. And we just wanted to, acknowledge what they do by giving them an opportunity to put up their plaques, their benches in an area in Mill Creek Park. At a lot of colleges and universities, they have their plots. And so when the suggestion had come to me, I had brought it to council some time ago, and I know it was up for discussion. So we finally had an opportunity to follow up on the conversations. And I know one of the key portions of the conversation is how we would draft the resolution / ordinance that would accompany it. And that was a conversation that was also held on the call. So for the first steps, if it's something, I would like to make a motion that we move forward with these organizations and that we will, work together in a collaborative effort to put a document together that's well-written, and it just doesn't allow anybody who wants to come in. It will be crafted between the two of us, with the township having the last say. But I just wanted to get a vote of being in favor of the suggestion of showing our support for everything that they do for this Willingboro community.
I second the motion.
Okay. Well, Councilman Anderson, where would you be looking to hold, to have it set up in the park? Is there a cost? Is there an obligation to upkeep the area?
That would all be in the document we put together. Each organization will be responsible for their own upkeep.
Okay.
We will get with the township manager, Parks Department, and identify a spot that would be perfect. It's just that I just wanted to bring it to the table so that we can move forward with the ideal, so we can start looking at next steps.
Okay, I'm in support of it.
All right, could we take an official vote?
Okay, yeah. So you make the motion.
Yes.
Councilman Anderson made the motion. Councilwoman Perrone seconded. Roll call, please. Madam Clerk, you're on mute.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perrone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy. Yes. Deputy Mayor Whitfield
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes. Thank you, Councilman Anderson.
All right, thank you.
Any other discussion for unfinished business?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
we had discussed, based off the fact that all of the employees, everyone in staff, even in our community, the school board, have resumed in-person meetings. And I know I had spoken to you as well when we talked around the holiday. So where are we with in-person meetings?
Okay, so I had this brief discussion with Mr. Harris. So we're setting up to make sure everything is good. We're looking at the first meeting in March. And that's up to the vote of the council. But Mr. Harris did indicate that everything would be good and running by the time we're ready to go back to in person. So I think that's a good, thank you for bringing that up. Is everyone in favor of going back in person? We can do the hybrid. We're looking at the hybrid option. And that means even if a council person cannot make it in, they can still be allowed to participate through Zoom.
I would like to see the hybrid option.
Okay.
Second, I'm in favor of hybrid as well.
Okay.
I have a question,
Yes.
Madam Mayor. I know that for others who go into hybrid, they don't allow questions from the residents in that hybrid mode. Can we clarify what hybrid would look like for us? I'm open. I just want to know, what does that mean for us?
Well, it would be the same, similar, and I think that kink would have to be worked out. It would be similar to our reorg However, I do think it gets a little dicey, if a council member is on Zoom. So we just have to work that out, but most likely for my vision is still kind of like what we did for reorg.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, yes.
And actually in 2022, when we had our reorg, some of us were present at the JFK Center. I think Madam Mayor, at the time, Councilman Worthy was not present and she was virtual. We were there. So to my understanding about hybrid, Councilman Worthy, is that if something should take place where some of the council members are able to be present, or even in fact, our solicitor is not able to be there, but that option of virtual attendance would be allowed. And then the questions would still come through virtually as we did both this reorg and as well as last reorg. That's how I was, thinking that the hybrid would interplay.
No, understood. I mean, there are many ways to do it. That's why I just want to make sure that we have a common understanding of what it was. Yes, I wasn't there in 2022 because I had COVID, but I just, I know in some context, for instance, with the school board, they're hybrid, but the public can't participate if they're not physically in the room. So I just wanted to make sure that, we have a common understanding of what it will
hybrid,
be, so we can communicate that to the residents, and so that each of us are clear about what that means. But thank you very much.
Yeah, and
I'll be glad to work with council to ensure that the way we set it up, in order to meet the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act, you can have council people, you can have professionals participate remotely. You to the extent you can make it as much as you can, you should, but you can if you need to. And as far as people participating from the public, in order to comply, you do have to give the component that those people that are participating remotely will be given an opportunity to comment, just like people that are present live. But I'll be glad to work with council to make sure whatever we put in place complies.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Councilman Perone.
Madam Mayor, just one other additional to Councilman Worthy's concern. To my understanding, the school board does not have Zoom meetings. I think they're operating on a different platform. And so that's why I'm imagining that's why their platform is a little different than ours. So I just wanted to add that information as far as informational purposes.
Right, I appreciate that. My emphasis was just commonality and common alignment. Just want to make sure, I just didn't want to make any assumptions about what hybrid would mean for us. My point was just to make sure that we were in alignment of what it meant going forward. But thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any other discussion for unfinished business? Okay, we're moving on to new business. First on the list, we have a personnel matter with Miss Marilyn Bell. Mr. Crook, can you provide some explanation?
Essentially, there's been an issue in regarding a discipline that was dealing with Ms. Bell. She was rice noticed, and that rice notice was delivered. Initially, Ms. Bell had requested that it be held in open session. She's since taken the position she's rescinding that, and she wants to participate. The way I believe there's some confusion, because in terms of the rice notice, the whole reason for that is if council wants to hold something in closed session, they have to notice the employee if it touches and concerns the terms and conditions of their employment. There isn't a right of the employee to say, I want it in closed session, but I want to be in the closed session. Matter of fact, the language of the exemption under the statute basically says the employee has the right to request that it be held in public, but there's no right that the employee participate in a closed session. So where we are is that Ms. Bell requested at one point for it to be in public. She's now rescinding that, but in order to allow her to participate, I believe it's the consensus of the board that will proceed in open session to discuss the issues. And we'll go from there. Of course, Ms. Bell will be given an opportunity to participate consistent with the rules of council in connection with that, to give comment and response. Now, the other component that goes with this is I've been advised by Mr. Harris that he made the decision to go ahead and discipline Ms. Bell. that he issued a notice of discipline today for the equivalent of 1 day of pay as a fine. That has been issued. In connection with that, I would just remind the board and make it on the record for everybody's information. Under the Faulkner Act, the present form of this government, which is a township manager council form of government, the statute that applies, which is NJSA 40:95 or 69A-95, does grant to the township manager all authority dealing with the removal, discipline of employees, investigation of employee misconduct. And so under that form of government, Mr. Harris does have the authority to issue the discipline he has. He does have a responsibility to report it to council, which is part of what's happening tonight. So that is being reported. And where we are essentially now is, I believe we should give Ms. Bell an opportunity to speak if she chooses to do so. And then after that, if council has anything, any positions or comments they want to put on the record, that should occur, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. Is Ms. Bell? Ms. Bell is in the audience. If Ms. Bell would like to speak, can you please allow her?
Do so. And then after that, if council has anything, any positions or comments they want to put on the record.
Ms. Bell, there's an echo in the background. If you're unmuted and there's an echo. Is Ms. Bell? Ms. Bell is in the audience. If Ms. Bell would like to speak, can you please allow her?
We are allowing her. Now's her opportunity to speak, and consistent with.
Yeah, she has a delay. She has a delay in her.
Okay,
Hello?
that might explain it then, but.
Hey, Ms. Bell, you're on.
Okay, hello, everyone. Good evening, Council and Mr. Harris. I'm not sure what misconduct I have done. I was given permission by Gary Lowry, myself and a colleague to be able to participate with the Veterans Day Parade and work with Councilwoman Perron. At that time, I actually, well, to be honest, at that time, I'm just totally like really confused of all of this because I was also a volunteer at the same time. So I am really trying to understand why I am really receiving this notice. And if Mr. Harris can explain that, that would be fine for me at this time.
Well, the incidents regarding the notice have been explained to you, Ms. Bell. If you want me to lay it out what the language in the notice say, I will be more than happy to do that. So the charges that were brought were in violation of New Jersey statutes annotated number 48:22-5, where no local government officer or employee or member of his immediate family shall have an interest in a business organization or engage in any business transaction or professional activity which is in substantial conflict with the proper discharge of his duties in the public interest. No local government officer or employee shall act in his official capacity in any matter where he, a member of his immediate family or a business organization in which he has an interest, has a direct or indirect financial or personal involvement that might reasonably be expected to impair his objectivity or independence of judgment. No local government officer or employee shall use or allow to be used his public office or employment or any information not generally available to the members of the public he receives or acquires in the course of business activities. Further, Ms. Bell was contracted for the outside printing of the program or the design of the 2022 Veterans Day Parade, sponsored by the Willingboro Township and organized through the Willingboro Township Parade and Events Committee, which was authorized to work with Mr. Lowry to organize the events of the committee. Ms. Bell received a contract from Councilwoman Perrone, unofficially or without approval of the council, to design the program for the 2022 Veterans Day Parade and utilize, in violation of New Jersey statutes and New Jersey Code of Ethics, township computers, emails, and time to design for profit the program for the 2022 Veterans Day Parade. Those were the charges that we discussed. I had this discussion with Ms. Bell. Ms. Bell admitted that she did use the township's computer. She did it on township time, and she did enter into an agreement with Ms. Perrone to design the program. The program is branded with booklet designed by MBA Creative Team, and those were the issues that were presented to Ms. Bell.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilwoman Perrone.
given that Mr. Harris has mentioned my name, I would like to speak at this time. And for the public, this communication has been going on since December. So basically there is a vendor that has not been paid for his services. He did print the booklet, brochure for the Veterans Day Parade. In addition to, as Ms. Bell stated, herself, along with other employees, have volunteered to be volunteers to work on the parade. I also received volunteer services from people in the community, and all work to put this event together. I later found out, literally Christmas Eve, that the company that was hired to print the material was not paid. I then contacted our clerk, Madam Clerk Balajian, and she informed me that Mr. Harris stated that he will not pay the party who printed the material. I then emailed Mr. Harris and asked why is it that he canceled the purchase order to be paid when it did in fact go through its proper channel. Proper channel meaning, during the process of planning this parade, as you all know, I'm working with the township, Mr. Harris, meaning the township. He then appointed Mr. Gary Lowry to be his point person to further communicate with myself, as well as the rest of the township in order to plan this parade. I had several meetings with the township, with Mr. Gary Lowry being present. I had one meeting with Mr. Harris regarding the Veterans Day Parade, which is when he authorized Mr. Gary Lowry to be the point person of contact. I then had further meetings with other individuals, and for purposes of legalities, I cannot name all the other employees that worked hard to put this together. However, Ms. Bell has been raised this evening, so in this case, she is the only person technically that we can mention as far as a name. Therefore, we did have a meeting at the JFK Center where Ms. Bell, in addition to other staff, was present at that meeting. I requested this email sent to Mr. Harris, including Gary Lowry, requesting the creative team to be present at this time for further plannings of this parade. We had that meeting. Mr. Harris was not present. At that meeting, Mr. Lowry, who was his point person, stated that, okay, we're here, we're good here. Ms. Bell, do you have it for now? She says, yes. Mr. Lowry left the room. We continue planning for this event. I also received, like I said, other work from the rest of the employees. Here's my email to Mr. Harris, okay? I am the parade and events liaison, whereby I am the communicator between the township and the committee. You may want to revisit your emails. You will locate my emails requesting to schedule a meeting in order to properly access funding and work with the staff for events for the committee we have planned. In addition, I asked Brenda and staff to identify any and all vendors the Willingboro Township typically uses. All vendors marked in red were identified as vendors the township typically uses. This was my way of thinking to order to have payment be processed more efficiently. Please see my points below. 3 meetings took place. You attended, you meaning Mr. Harris, you attended 1 meeting, then appointed Gary Laurie to be a point person contact for attending the other meeting. One of the 3 meetings, the creative team was brought in to work on the parade as per my request. I submitted a request for employees and the community to volunteer to work on the preparations for the parade. I received both employee and community participation requests. The work designed by the Willingboro Creative Team, also known as the Communications Department, also were part of as volunteers. In red, they designed the yard sign. The vendor was contracted and requested by me and were paid. Next, the t-shirt was designed by the creative team. The vendor was contracted by me and paid. The booklet, the vendor was contracted by me, not paid. Additional vendors contracted by me. The jazz players, the vendor was contracted and requested by me. This was not in red because they are a new vendor. The food catering, the vendor was contracted and requested by me. They were also paid, but this was not in red because they are not an initial vendor that we typically use. The parade floats, the vendor was contracted and requested by me and they were paid, but this is not in red because they're not a typical vendor that we typically use. The florists, the vendor was contracted by me and they were paid. This is in red because we typically use them. In closing, all invoices were submitted to the clerk, Brenda Balajian. All were paid except for the vendor for the booklet. And I asked Brenda Balajian to please provide all of the invoices that were submitted to her, to Mr. Harris, to verify that all of these people did work on this program. It says, in closing, Mr. Harris, I find your behavior to be inappropriate. The gentleman that worked on the booklet deserves to be paid. I don't think this discussion needs to be taken any further out of context. Next, we further received a legal opinion from our solicitor. That would be Florio Impellucci. Most of you recognize his name, Mr. Larry Lester. Mr. Lester Taylor. This document was sent to us on January 2nd, a memorandum from his office regarding these emails that went back and forth. The memorandum addresses issues related to payment for services rendered by MPAC. Just for the record, I'm going to pause there. MPAC is the company that printed the brochures, okay, by MPAC Printing Services. In connection with the printing of the booklet for Veterans Day held by the Township of Willingboro, as well as certain work performed by an employee of Willingboro for the Veterans Day Parade. The question whether payments should be made to MPAC involves 2 issues. Since there was no contract between the township and MPAC, is the township obligated to make payment to it for its services provided? Number 2 in question, are there any ethical improprieties committed by the township employee who performed the Veterans Day Parade preparation and whose business is MBA Creative Team MBA? And may have entered into a subcontract with MPAC to print the booklet. This is what's in question. Then it says background. Many of the facts that are needed to determine whether the township is treating various vendors who provided goods and services in connection with the Veterans Day Parade in consistent manner and in conformance of applicable law and ordinances are not clear. Sometime prior to Veterans Day Parade, Councilman Perrone, who is the liaison for the Township Events and Parades Committee, held several meetings regarding the need to retain vendors to provide goods and services for the parade. She also communicated with Brenda Balajian, the Township Clerk, to identify vendors that the Township had previously contracted for these services. We understand that Mr. Harris had some knowledge of these preliminary discussions with various vendors, although we do not know the extent of his knowledge or knowledge of the executive assistant, Gary Laurie. Councilman Perrone as the liaison for the Township Events and Parade Committee, also coordinated with various employees, including Marilyn Bell, about performing certain preparation work for the parade. Councilman Perone characterizes this work as being performed by volunteers of the Willingboro Creative Team, whereas Mr. Harris asserts that any work being performed by the employees during regular township business are not volunteers, and such work should be authorized and directed by him. Ms. Bell is the owner of a small business called MBA Creative Team, MBA, which provides design services. Councilman Perone appears to believe that design work performed by Ms. Bell was not contracted for. Rather, Ms. Bell was acting as a volunteer, using her knowledge as a designer from her business to provide design services for the parade. Mr. Harris asserts that Ms. Bell anticipated that MBA would receive payment, only closed to forego it when he confronted her about not being in compliance with certain provisions of the Township Code. We further understand that Ms. Bell recommended that the printing of the booklet be performed by MPAC. We do not know whether Councilman Perone communicated directly with MPAC about the terms of this service, including the price. We do not know whether Mr. Harris and Mr. Laurie knew about any communication to MPAC about being retained to provide printing services. We understand that the goods and services being furnished or performed by the multiple vendors were provided for pricing and the bid threshold, therefore did not require competitive bidding under the local public contracts. All of these vendors were paid except for MPAC, although the printing services were provided. We do not have a clear record of whether the township followed procurement procedures with regards to the services provided by the other vendors. We understand that MPAC submitted its invoice. Ms. Balajian initiated the payment process, but Mr. Harris would not authorize payment because he was concerned about various failures to comply with procurement procedures under the LPCL and the Township Code. Councilman Perone believes that payment should be made to MPAC since the services were rendered. The procurement process. Under the LPCL, if a contract is under bid threshold of $44,000, there is no requirement for competitive bidding. Nevertheless, the purchasing agent should issue a purchase order prior to the provision of goods and services. The Township Code elaborates on the sequences of events that will accumulate in the issuances of purchase order. Article 5, Township Manager Section 3-20 provides that all goods and services rendered by any department shall be purchased by or under direction of the Township Manager. The first step in procurement process is that the department head prepares a requisition. The treasurer must then certify that there is sufficient balance and appropriation to pay for this request. No purchase shall be made and no bill approved unless these procedures have been followed. Mr. Harris declined to authorize payment to MPAC because these procedures were not followed. While the Township Code supports this position, there are equitable considerations that may also be considered. First, the services were provided and accepted by the township. In addition, it appears that the arrangements for the printing services were not done superciliously. Rather, discussions about using vendors for various services was held over several meetings between Councilman Perone and Mr. Harris, and at the least the township clerk was aware that the booklet was being prepared that required both design and printing. While a requisition should have been submitted and purchase orders issued prior to accepting any services, MPAC was not aware of the procurement procedures. MPAC provided services in reliance upon the communications it received from agents of the township and provided those services in anticipation of being paid. Under the common law, these circumstances are likely to establish both apparent authority. MPAC had reason to believe that the township officials they were communicating with about being paid for the printing services had the authority to enter into contract. even if the actuality, those people did not have authority to bind the municipality into contract. These circumstances also are likely to establish a cause of action for unjust enrichment, wherein the township benefited from the services provided and the vendor reasonably believed that it would be paid for those services. Based on those equities of the situation and the relatively low cost at issue, the township may choose to issue a confirming purchase order to MPAC and make payment after the invoice has been verified. We do recommend, however, that procedures be put in place to ensure that in the future, the procurement only be made directly through the office of the township manager in conforming with both the LPCL and the township codes. Employee ethical concerns. The actions taken by
Councilman Barone,
may be viewed in similar manner. While
If I may.
employees should be aware
Councilwoman
of
Barone, real quick, real quick.
I'm concerned because we're going pretty far away from discussions of Ms. Bell and the specifics, and we're getting into other matters that deal with contracting. So I mean, I guess I would suggest if you can get back to Ms. Bell and her situation, that would probably be what we should do at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Crook. And actually, we are at the part of Ms. Bell because it says here, employee ethical concerns. The actions taken by Ms. Bell may be viewed in similar manner. While employees should be aware of applicable township code, it appears that Ms. Bell understood that she was providing design services as requested by Councilman Perone. She likely was not aware that any such services needed to be authorized by the township manager, and that both her time and use of equipment needed to be directed by him. For these reasons, we do not recommend that disciplinary action be taken against Ms. Bell. The attorneys further provide 5 points of recommendations in how to proceed going further. And that will conclude the memorandum from them. So with that all said, okay, our legal opinion stated that the vendor who provided service did actually provide the service. In addition to, Marilyn Bell truly was a volunteer employee. In addition to all of the other items that were designed, the lawn sign, the t-shirts, all of these things were designed by Marilyn, the creative team. In addition to MBA, if you Google MBA creative team, it doesn't exist. That is not the name of her business. So that's one part. So Mr. Harris has additional issues with her. It seemed more personal, but at the end of the day, in conclusion, she performed work as her day-to-day. She also was a volunteer. She worked literally throughout the night because I literally contacted her around, I think, 6 p.m. to ask her to design the brochure. Why?
There you go, right there.
I was going to have somebody else contact it, but there's no volunteer hours. Mr. Harris, you're shaking your head. Yes, she was contacted at 6 p.m.
6 p.m. by you to design the brochure outside of the policies and procedures required by law and township ordinance. And I'm sorry, Councilwoman, but you do not have authority as a councilwoman to contract with anyone. And if you contracted with,
Okay, I'm going to step in now because we're not going to talk about the contracting issue.
There was no contract.
There was no, right, Mr. Harris, you heard me, I didn't say contracted, contacted, like a phone call, not contracted.
Yes, I understand that. But if you understand what a contract is, there's acceptance,
So there's
there's
no,
consideration.
Again, I'm going to advise both of you that we shouldn't be talking, we should be talking solely about Ms. Bell and her discipline.
Yes, that's what I'm trying, because I'm stressed out behind all of
thank you,
this.
Mr. Crook. Thank you. And I will let Ms. Bell speak as well. But in addition to, again, we worked literally throughout the night on Thursday evening because Veterans Day was Friday. This was in the evening of 8 p.m. that we worked, okay? She also working on designing the brochure in evening hours, okay? Along with other employees. We're also.
Okay, Councilwoman, can we allow Marilyn Bell to speak? You know, now?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Bell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I was contacted that evening to actually work on the booklet. And when I was working on the booklet, that was done on my personal time as a volunteer. And all I was doing, that I knew that I was doing, was following instructions because we were given permission to work with Councilwoman Perrone. And when Councilwoman Perrone had requested for it to be emailed to her, I emailed the booklet to Councilwoman Perrone. So as far as designing on any township equipment, that was not done at all. We worked, like she said, throughout the night, and same thing as throughout the evening to 10, it was almost to 10 o'clock at night, designing, helping decorate, the banquet hall for the Veterans Day event. So with all of that, being said, I was asked like any other time to find out a quote from the printer. I was asked, which printer do we use from Councilwoman Perrone? I informed her of that printer. She said, well, could you get a quote for me? I did get a quote for her. And after that, she says, okay, can I have his contact information? Because there's certain things I would like for him to do. And that was, I guess, continue to print the books. So right about now, I'm just like.
Well, I will say, Ms. Bell.
Wait a minute, Councilwoman Perrone, hold on. Ms. Bell, are you finished?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Bell, I will say that I'm apologizing on behalf of the township, period, because, and this is just for the rest of the community, we have not had a parade in so many years. And I know Mr. Harris is new to Willingboro, but to be honest with you, I am embarrassed that you are even here at this very evening, Ms. Bell, to discuss the work that you did on your job and after your job. You should be recognized. And yes, I did request a certificate of appreciation for everyone who participated. Are one of them. I'm waiting to receive those, but we will get those soon. However, just for the record, Ms. Bell worked and acted as a volunteer. And if Mr. Crook, if you have a way to show me where is 9 to 5 or 6 p.m. to midnight is a volunteer hours, or Mr. Harris, by the way, if you can show me volunteer hours and where it starts and begin, I think that would be more clarity. But what I would like to do is for this discussion to be closed, and for the gentleman, the company MPAC, to be paid because he did the service. And I'll be honest with you, for the amount of money that he charged us and the amount of work that he did literally overnight, he printed it. I picked it up at 1 o'clock in the morning, these brochures. That's how quickly everyone was working to try to put something on for the Willingboro residents, and how distasteful it is for a vendor to do business with us and we treat them in this manner and withhold their pay when they actually did the work. And for you to accuse Marilyn Bell to being contracted by me, which, by the way, Mr. Harris, you had every opportunity to pick up the phone and call me. I emailed you. I've had a meeting with you along with the rest of the staff. I asked for the creative team to step in. At no time, Mr. Harris, did you say, Councilman Perrone, what's going on? I'm seeing a purchase order here. I wasn't aware. None of that was stated to me, but that should have happened. That should have happened, but it never did.
If I may, Councilwoman.
I would step in again because we're getting far afield.
Wait a minute, Ms. Bell, wait.
Yes.
Wait, Ms. Bell, wait. Mr. Harris, did you have something to add, or?
Yeah, so, I appreciate Councilwoman's comments, but after the parade was on Friday, which was a holiday, the township was closed. For clarity, Township employees cannot be volunteers while they are on the clock being paid by the township. During that period, they are employees. So when she's 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, she is not a volunteer. On Monday, after the parade, I called Ms. Bellin and I asked her the circumstances behind this brochure. She clearly stated sitting in my office that she was contracted by Councilwoman Perrone to design the book. She stated that she worked into the hours.
Mr. Harris, again, I would caution you, we're not talking
Yes.
about the contracts. And if we're going to, we're going to have to stop this, put it on an agenda for another meeting or go into.
I would like to
closed
say
session.
something.
Ms. Bell, please.
He said contract.
Councilwoman Perrone, Councilwoman Perrone,
Contract.
Councilwoman Perrone, wait, you,
Okay.
Mr. Crook, how far should we take this conversation at this point? Because I mean, it's been
I
going
think the only matter of discussion right now is, as I stated before, Mr. Harris, under the statutes, has the authority to impose a discipline. It might be that the councilwoman disagrees, that it might be other council people disagree. We haven't heard from anybody else yet. But, and of course, Ms. Bell, because it involves her, has the right to talk.
Yes,
But the statute's very clear and the case law is very clear that, and I'm worried that we're getting to the point of where council does not have the jurisdiction to impose or overturn what Mr. Harris has done. He has the authority under a township manager statute to do what he's done. Ms. Bell stated why she thinks what happened is not appropriate. Councilwoman Perrone has stated her reasons for why it's not appropriate. If we're getting into contracting issues, I think I need to draw the line there and say we need to stop discussing them. We're discussing Ms. Bell and her discipline. I know it's not easily separated, but I think we've gone just far as I feel comfortable doing, and I'd strongly recommend that we stop the discussion having to do with contracting. If anybody else has any other comments, or I see Ms. Perrone, or I'm sorry,
Yes,
Councilwoman Perrone raising her
wait,
hand.
okay, wait a minute, okay.
Yeah.
All right, wait, Councilman Perrone. Does any other council member have anything to say first?
The only question I just want to bring to the table, because I have not seen the, I guess the opinion letter that Councilwoman Perrone was relating to, but I'm just want to know, what was the date on that letter?
January 2nd.
Okay, so on
That-
January, the only issue that I'm having is between December 31st and January 2nd, we didn't have legal representation. We didn't do our appointments until the 3rd. So that's the only question that comes to light for me is, how do we accept that opinion, being that we didn't have legal counsel as of that date?
To the extent that Mr. Taylor was given the directive to do that investigation, I do think his submitting that was appropriate. But I also can say that, ultimately, he can make recommendations, he can give opinions. But in terms of final decisions on personnel matters, on anybody other than the township manager himself, Mr. Harris has that jurisdiction to either accept or make his own decision that there's discipline appropriate, which is apparently what he did in this situation.
Mr. Crook, if I may.
Can I say something, please?
I know, wait, and I missed, and Ms. Bell was one to talk also.
Right,
But Ms. Bell, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I never indicated that there was a contract. I never stated those words, that there was a contract to Mr. Harris. Also, too, by listening to what Councilwoman Perrone was stating in this email that she was reading, I was riced sometime last week. So I'm hearing my name is being mentioned in these emails without me being riced. That's a serious issue. That means I was violated.
Yeah.
And that is
Ma'am,
not.
I would disagree with that. There was a request for the prior solicitor to look into and do an investigation. He performed that, he gave his opinion. that arguably was attorney-client privilege, but it was waived and read into the record tonight by Councilwoman Perrone. But there's nothing whatsoever that allows or would give you a legal right to impact or complain about not being involved in that opinion. You have the right, your employment is being discussed tonight, you're being given the rights you have. So I respectfully disagree with that, what you just said.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, but just real quick.
Wait a minute, let Ms. Bell finish first. She's still talking.
Okay.
Right. In regards to that, sir, and I respect your response. Which email was that? Because what I heard, there was an email.
I'm not going to waive on behalf of my client the attorney-client privilege to the extent it's been read into the record. It's been waived, but I'm not going to discuss further what it was. What I will tell you, it was a memorandum that was prepared by the prior township solicitor, which was disseminated to the members of council.
Okay, because I'm just only hearing two different things. I've heard that my name was mentioned prior, and then, of course, there was a memorandum sent around. All right. Also,
go ahead, Ms.
I'm
Bell.
almost finished. Also, like I said, NBA Creative Team is not my company. That is not my company. You look up NBA Creative Team, you won't find Marilyn Bell owning that company at all. Have anybody looked into that? I was told and by Councilwoman Perrone to actually put the information on the back of that booklet. As she had stated that on the inside cover, all the thank yous were there for individuals. And on the back, she had told us to put that information on the back cover. And I was only following instructions at the time, which I thought it was no problem to work and communicate with Councilwoman Perrone because we were given permission to do so.
You keep saying that, but I never granted you permission.
Okay, Mr. Harris, you don't
do
have
so.
the floor. I'm sorry, because everybody can't keep jumping in until you don't have the floor, Mr. Harris. Go ahead, Ms. Bell.
Right, I never knew that.
Ms. Bell, how much we're going to go to
There's
Councilman
not much
Perrone?
more,
Okay.
I never knew that I could only talk to her during work hours. And then as being also, volunteering and as a resident here, being very happy and knowing that we're doing a parade, that I couldn't speak to her afterwards and I'm a volunteer. So that's where it gets a little shady for myself to understand what really happened. I'm not here trying to cause any problems or do anything against Mr. Harris or do anything against Councilwoman Perrone. I'm an innocent person right now in the middle of doing something that I thought that I was helping. And it seems like everything is coming back on me. And it wasn't just only me, but I will stand there and I will deal with this. But it's not fair. That's all I can say. It's not fair. And I didn't get paid for anything. I didn't contract the printer. We were tasked and we were not contracted as it's being made to seem.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bell. Councilwoman Perrone?
Yes, with regards to rice notices, on December 30th, an email from Mr. Harris at 8:30 a.m., he specifically says in this email, this matter specifically related to Ms. Bell hiring the MPAC to print the booklet. And he mentions her name several times in that email.
So that was
on December 30th, Ms. Bell was not riced. She was not riced. So I just want to clarify what Mr. Crook said about the memorandum that I read. So the memorandum is January 2nd.
Wow.
That is later, after all of the emails going back and forth, the Township Council was CC'd on this email. Mr. Lester Taylor stated, Mr. Harris, and Councilman Perone, please stop this email communication because you are violating the Oprah Act. There's not been a scheduled meeting. He references her name, her email on this date, December 30th at 8:30 a.m. several times, and she was not raised, okay?
That was an email that was circulated to the entire council. Is that
Yes,
what you're
all of
saying?
the council was present on that email.
Okay,
Yes,
well, I would suggest then that that get referred to me to follow up and look at too.
Okay.
It can or cannot be depending on how people responded or if they responded to that, whether it would kick in a quote meeting under the Open Public Meetings Act. And I'll be willing to look into that.
Mhm.
But that doesn't, at this point, absent additional information, I'm not sure, and it's not my opinion at this time that a Rice notice was necessary in connection with that. Depends on the facts, and I will be glad to look into that if that's what council wants me to do.
I
Mr. Cook,
understand. And
if
I
I
will
may-
send it to you. I will send it to you, Mr. Crook. And the attorney, the solicitor at that time did say that those emails were in violation based off what Mr. Harris had presented. And I further had to tell Mr. Harris to stop it. I said, you need to stop these email communications. He also received the language from the solicitor to stop this communication. And yes, her name was mentioned, and he stated the laws as far as appointee has not been Rice, and there's an email communication going back and forth. So Mr. Cook, I will send that over to you. But in closing, okay, Ms. Bell was contacted, Mr. Harris, not contracted, okay? And therefore, if you do not have any volunteer hours to verbalize for Mr. Crook or anyone else to say volunteer hours starts at 6 p.m. or because you stated just earlier when I was trying to respond.
Okay,
to your
Councilman
question.
Roan, come on, we gotta wrap it up.
Well, he stated that you cannot talk to a volunteer during business hours.
It
But
does
he
not
also
say that.
stated in this communication, I contacted her after 6 p.m., which is a violation. So when is it okay to contact a volunteer? During business hours or after? So Mr. Harris, you just gotta get whatever you want to stick to, okay? It's during business hours or after. I wanted to bring that to the attention to council as well, because there's more that took place, okay, before the parade that Mr. Harris is targeting this woman.
Okay, so that's not, that's not our discussion
Okay,
for right
that's
now.
for her to say if she wants to, okay? But this needs to stop. It needs to stop. There were several volunteers that worked on this parade. She's the only one being targeted, and Mr. Harris has not only received this letter memorandum from the solicitor on January 2nd, he also got another letter from another attorney that says no disciplinary actions shall be taken against her based off of other things. Okay, and you can clearly see he's coming after her.
Okay, I caution again,
Okay, it's up to her to say what she
Councilwoman,
wants to say.
you're talking about other disciplinary matters that
I'm
we're
leaving
getting
it
way afield. I think we need to stop at this point.
Okay, that's fine.
But
that's fine.
see, there's something that I need to say because Councilwoman Perone had the floor and spoke, and she made several allegations and said that I said things that I did not say, that I knew things that I did not know. The fact of the matter is this, is that I had a conversation with Ms. Bell, asking her about the details of the book. Everything that I laid out to council in the disciplinary notice, she admitted to, right here in my office. So however Councilwoman Perone desires to spin it about what I did and what I didn't do and what I said and what I didn't say and who authorized who to speak to, Ms. Bell admitted to doing everything that she was questioned about, and that is what instituted the notice of disciplinary action. And if Ms. Bell has any disagreement with that, I believe the proper course of action is for her to appeal through the civil service. It is not the position of the governing body to intercede in these disciplinary matters.
So Mr. Crook, we're going to close here for this discussion. Is there anything from council that needs to happen at this point?
Not at this point. I mean, Mr. Harris has issued his decision, as he's pointed out. Ms. Bell can figure out and discuss whether she wants to pursue whatever remedies might be available to her. But I would strongly suggest we cut and stop this point in time.
Okay.
spent a lot of time on it, and quite frankly, you've gone into.
One question, just one question, just one question.
Wait, let Mr.
Okay.
Councilman
Go ahead,
Brown, you
go
didn't let
ahead,
him, we couldn't
okay,
hear him.
Go ahead.
I think we've gone into some matters that quite frankly, we
Mhm.
probably shouldn't have gotten involved in discussing.
Yeah.
Like
I'm
past
so
disciplines and things. So we just need to be careful, and I suggest we end this at this point.
Right,
Okay.
okay. We'll end it, and then we still have executive session, Councilwoman Perone.
Just one question though, because I did ask and Mr. Harris didn't answer. I said, what are the volunteer hours? Just answer that question, so I know going forward. What are volunteer hours? Please tell me so I can look it up, so I know.
So Councilwoman Perone is very clear. If an employee is getting paid, they are not a volunteer. Whether the hour is 9 to 5, 3 to 2, 2 to 1, 7 to 11, if an employee is getting paid, they are not a volunteer.
Okay, who designed the t-shirts, Mr. Harris?
Okay, so, okay, the
And
conference,
wait,
we're
wait,
going-
wait,
we're
wait,
moving
wait,
to new
wait,
business.
T-shirts.
We're moving to
Can I
new
just have
business.
the last
Do not
statement?
answer. They
Can I have
designed
the
it
last-
Okay.
during
Can I
business
please-
hours.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Thank
Can I
you.
please have the last statement?
We're closing the
Harris and I
conversation now.
do
Ms.
have-
Bell,
She's not a part of the meeting. If she can just have a closing remark
Yeah.
at least.
she can have a closing. You can come back on for your public comment.
Well, in
'cause
this
We're
setting,
moving on to new business at this point.
why wouldn't you let
I
her?
think
just
that
speak
what
now?
was indicated instead was misconstrued.
We're,
All right,
Okay, so
thank
the-
you, Ms. Bell. We're gonna end it at this point.
Yeah.
We're moving on.
okay, we're moving on to, any other council person have anything else for unfinished business? All right, moving on to new business.
Ms.
Yes,
Mayor, that was new business, the first item. Personnel matter.
unfinished
Now we're
business. I
moving
mean. Okay.
on. Okay.
I apologize. Yes, okay, yes, we're on new bid. I thank you. Okay, Mr. Harris, we're gonna start talking about the segment rating for roadway project.
So in 2021, I believe, in conjunction with our engineer Panoni, the township invested in the utilization of robotics, which is a program that's used to analyze and rate the condition of streets and roads. In conjunction with the engineer, they rated all of the roads in Willingboro in an effort to develop a 5-year roadway improvement program. Robotics has identified the 12 following roads as the worst in Willingboro, which require more immediate attention. We are looking to endeavor to mill and overlay Pastoral Lane, Main Bridge Lane, Montrose Lane, Primrose Lane, Sedgwick Lane, Lake Drive, Moss Hill Lane, Hazelwood Circle, Marshall Lane, Garden Brook Lane, Rancocas Court, and Clearwater Place, to the extent that we will mill existing asphalt surface to 2-inch, install a surface course reset the manholes, valve boxes, and other things as onto the roadway. We were looking to fund this massive road project through the New Jersey I-Bank, which used to be strictly committed to water resources like sewer utilities, water utilities, but they've expanded their funding opportunities for roadways. And the I-Bank actually came to the township saying, you know, we have all of this money that's available that nobody is applying for. And if we had any projects that we would be interested in funding. It was just ironic at the time that, you know, we were discussing the approximate 114 miles of roads in Willingboro that needed some work done. And in conjunction with the engineer and our DPW director, Mr. Richard Pavol, we laid out this plan to tackle these 12 really bad roads, which were rated a 4, and bring them up to a 1 or a 2. The total investment on the township would be just a little over $3.2 million. And although we were discussing it in initially submitting our application to the New Jersey iBank, which we just did in the very end of December. They gave us a really quick turnaround and are looking to fund our project in 2023 for completion in 2024. So I felt it was pertinent that I came to the council now to discuss really what the project was, what the impact on the township would be, and particularly financial. So I did solicit our engineer, Mr. Hugh Doherty from Pannoni. So if Sean could possibly allow him into the room, as well as Eusebia Diggs, our Chief Financial Officer. We were going to have our financial planner participate in this meeting, but I understand she has the flu and was unable to be with us this evening. So why it is a wonderful opportunity for us now to really go forward in working on these 12 really bad roads in Willingboro and upgrading them now, instead of trying to pick them off one by one over years to come. So, Mr. Doherty, are you available? Hugh, are you with us?
Yes, oh, there we go. So I'm not muted. Yeah, yeah, everything that Mr. Harris had mentioned is correct. We did look at the priority 4 roads, we called them, and the priority 4 roads were significant damage or emerging critical failures. And we put those roads together. There's about a dozen roads that would total, it's actually about $2.5 million, but the loan, because it includes some like closing costs and things like that, soft costs, we're looking more at the $3 million that Dwayne had mentioned. But the only other way to do this would be over the course of time, like we have been doing with the municipal aid program, where we get maybe $200,000 to $300,000 a year, and you don't really get a lot of road done. So, it'd be a long, laborious process to do a dozen roads. So this iBank procedure would be a way for the Willingboro to fund it. And there is and I think, Dwayne, they had mentioned the a principal forgiveness, a potential for principal forgiveness of some of the loan. So it seemed like we could do this, a larger road program all at once, get many of the priority 4 roads done, and then we would just be left with the priorities 1 and 2 and 3, which are more maintenance type things that Public Works can handle.
Correct. Thank you, Hugh. So I have also Ms. Eusebia Diggs, if she can join in and kind of explain the financial component as to why this is a really good opportune time for the township to take on a project of this size. Ms. Diggs, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, Council, Sir Harris, residents. My name is Eusebia Diggs, the CFO of Willingboro Township. Actually, Sherry is on this evening. Sherry is from Phoenix Advisor, the township appointed financial advising firm. So she would, give us a little brief update on our capital debt service. So Sherry, Sean, if you can bring Sherry on. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. And thank you. Apologize a little bit for the voice. As Mr. Harris mentioned, I'm just getting over the flu. But just so together and with the projects that that Mr. Harris was discussing with the road projects, and Ms. Diggs had mentioned with just giving you kind of an overview of debt service. The township, as you know, had taken on some large projects over the last, several years, 5 to 7 years. The emergency service building was obviously a large project. And so some of those projects that have been in the debt service and that the township has been paying down, debt service is beginning to drop in the township. So after kind of hitting a peak in 19, 20, and 21 of total debt service being paid back for bonds, the debt service is actually coming down and is going to start to come down for the next several years. So in conjunction with Mr. Harris and Ms. Diggs, we had some discussions on, what will the overall debt service look like going forward, knowing that these road infrastructure improvements are crucial, and also knowing that the township does roughly $2 million or so a year through your regular capital ordinance. So we took a look at, so in 2022, the township approved a capital ordinance of just over 1.7 million. That wasn't funded yet, so it was approved by council, but hasn't been funded yet. It's anticipated that'll be funded in 23, together with the 23 capital projects. And so when we look at those and then looking forward, about 2 million or so a year in just general capital maintenance, together with this program through the iBank to fund roughly 3.2 million of the crucial road improvements. We believe that debt service, we can still keep debt service relatively level at a place that's about $1 million, $1.3 million lower than where debt service has peaked in 19, 20, and 21. So just kind of an overall summary of that, really just being that, we've kind of hit sort of a higher part, as I mentioned, over the last several years with getting some of those larger capital projects taken care of. And now as other older projects are being paid off, we're able to continue to add just the regular maintenance, and again, see a slight decline in the debt service that residents will pay going forward.
Thank you, Sherry. I appreciate you clarifying that for the governing body much better than I could.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Or go ahead, Mr. Harris.
So as Sherry was outlining, we could still do this project and still see an overall reduction of about $1 million in our debt service, which makes it a really ideal time for the township to move forward with this project. So our level 4 roads don't turn into level 5 roads, which would essentially require a complete reconstruction. So, I just wanted to kind of bring the council up to speed on this. It is not something that, we're just going to go ahead and just do, but I really wanted you to understand what the program entailed, how we got here, that this was just not an arbitrary picking of roads. It was systematically done. The financing of the project, although it's a large project, it is really not going to be a strain on the township's finances. And why this is a really good opportunity to do this, because essentially we'll begin the construction in 2023, or actually with the preparation for the construction in 2023, but probably not the actual construction until 2024. And that's when the repayment of debt would begin as well. So I just wanted to bring this to the full council's attention. And I'm always willing and able to answer any questions that you may have on the back end. But I just think it would be prudent to bring it to your purview prior to the request of any formal actions by the governing body moving this program forward.
Okay, now I have a question. This would cover all rated 4 or just the one? Does that list include all rated 4 streets?
That list includes all rated 4 streets.
Okay. And do we have any level 5s?
We do not have any level 5s.
Okay. 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 And I know I appreciate the conversation about the debt service presentation, about the debt service reduction. I would like to ask council, even in the next couple of weeks, to prepare their list also of their priorities that they want to see, capital budget and capital budget projects especially, because there is a decrease and we have some, liberties to really get our priorities straight, start going forward this year and next year. And I'm glad. I've been getting a lot of calls from residents about the road. So this is right on time to be able to present to the public that, we are looking at the roads where we will be starting repairs on some of our more dilapidated roads. And how long would this process be?
Well, the engineer would have to have the project designed by, I believe it's August.
Okay.
And then we would have to go to bid and award by December 31st. But there is a potential of delaying the funding another quarter, which would allow us additional time if need be, any hiccups or delays.
Okay. Any other questions and comments about the debt service reduction or this roadway project?
Yeah, if you could allow me to just make a quick comment.
Yes.
We have a tentative schedule of the debt, so that would be sent out to Mr. Harris, and he can, distribute to a council. So you
Okay.
can have that for your records. It shows from 2023 to the next maybe 10 or 15 years.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And that was all that I had on that issue, Council.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Daugherty. Thank you, Ms. Tracy.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
your, thank you. All right, we can move on to the Pennypacker speed bump.
So earlier in 2022, we did discuss installing speed bumps on Pennypacker and I believe it's Rockland Drive. Our public information officer sent out a survey to all of the residents on those streets, asking them whether they would be in favor of speed bumps or maybe an alternative traffic control measure. She sent out over 400 questionnaires, and I believe that we got back just a little under 50. But out of those that we did receive back, an overwhelming majority were in favor of installing speed bumps, especially on Pennypacker Drive. So I'm willing to move forward with that if that is what the council desires to do. We did put some money in our 2022 capital budget to install speed bumps on Pennypacker. We are about to begin a phase 2 project on Pennypacker. And in conjunction with our engineer, we were going to see how complicated it would be just to have that contractor install those speed bumps. They've already been identified as to the locations as to where they would need to go. But again, I just wanted to be sure that the governing body wants to move forward with that. And then we'll take the necessary steps to get that underway.
All right, question, Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
So as it relates to Pennypacker, that's just one section of town. What plans do we have in place to observe other streets that have also requested this opportunity for speed bumps, to do an assessment?
For the speed bumps, well, Pennypacker and Rockland were the two that were really high on the chart for this year. There was enough funds in the 2022 capital budget to deal with Pennypacker, which seemed to be the worst of the two. In 2023, we can go ahead and fund others and then investigate where ideally they would be placed. And then we can kind of figure out the costs associated with that.
Okay, so I was just asking, so there is a game plan to do an assessment of the
Correct.
town, the whole, not just stop here.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any other comments or questions from council concerning the speed bumps? Is everyone okay with Mr. Harris going forward with adding speed bumps to particularly Pennypacker Drive and Rockland Drive, Mr. Harris? Am I correct?
Well, we're going to start with Pennypacker.
Pennypacker, okay.
I'm okay with that. I support it.
Okay,
I'm fine with it.
okay. And then you, Mr. Harris, you'll let us know which, I think there's different designs of speed bumps, and as stated in another conversation, that we just got to be mindful of the sound of the, I guess, the newer kind of speed bumps or the different variation of a speed bump. There is some noise considerations that we have to make, considering they're in front of a house.
This would be the classic kind of speed bumps that you
Okay.
see on a road.
Okay. All right. All right, thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to discussion of the Willingboro Township ordinance to establish travel reimbursement regulations for township officials and township employees. That was included in our packet. So I just wanted to, Mr. Harris had wanted us to just discuss it and see what changes we would like to see, so that when he forms the ordinance officially, that will be more in line with, you know, what council desires.
Yes, Mayor, and thank you. I guess after, you know, the culmination of last year, some issues just came up with travel policies and, you know, what the township covers and what it doesn't cover. And just looking at the policies that were in place, they were quite old. And I felt that they needed to be brought up to date and be a little more, I don't want to say restrictive, but less liberal as to expenses that the town is going to absorb when employees, you know, go to different conferences and things like that. We want them to have the best experience, but there are not many vacations funded by the residents of Willingboro. So this was a conversation that was had. I drafted an ordinance, but I really would like the governing body to kind of review what was in it, add what they would like to see added, take out what they would like to see take out, because there were some elements in it that would be applicable to you as well as the rest of the staff and employees and different appointees here in Willingboro.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone want to start? Dr. Worthy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had two things for this proposed ordinance. First, thank you, Mr. Harris and administration for preparing a draft ordinance for us to be able to discuss this evening. I think as we continue to move forward, it's going to be opportunities to be able to review, revise, or create new ordinances and standard operating procedures to help us to navigate, as this council is very proactive and does a lot of different things. So we're uncovering different gaps in ordinances and policies. So thank you for this document. The two things that stood out most for me, one was under hotels. Letter B speaks to a program ending after 10 p.m. during a weekday other than a Friday or a legal holiday. And that being a provision for hotel accommodations. And as I think about just from a safety perspective, my concern was, is 10 p.m. too late? If an employee or a member of council is going to an event that is, let's say 49 miles away, and they're there all day, and then they stand for an event, you know, they have the dinner or whatever after their event, and then coming back. I'm curious to, you know, if we want to consider an earlier end time so we don't find ourselves in a situation where someone's trying to make it back you know, to their place of residence or whatever. That was just really personal to me. I had a colleague of mine in college, because of how our regulations were written, she flipped her vehicle and is paralyzed to this day on a portion of her body. And they had to go back and revisit the regulations themselves because she was just trying to be in compliance. So that just stood out to me. I just want to make sure our employees are going to be safe, that our council members will be safe while they're serving the municipality. The second one is food and meals. And instead of the $50 per day maximum, I'm curious if we want to either go by the GSA rates, or the state of New Jersey has a per diem rate sheet. I thought perhaps that would be something that would make the ordinance more evergreen, instead of having to keep going back and considering inflation and costs and things like that. Perhaps just referencing something that's already evaluated and regularly reviewed instead of a particular dollar amount. And those were my two considerations, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Worthy. What recommendation would you have for the hotel section B in terms of a reasonable time? 10 p.m. is late, but a reasonable time.
I'm open. I don't know if 7 p.m. I mean, I guess what I'm thinking about is a lot of these events also have a dinner or networking component to them, which is part of doing the business. So, you know, I'm just concerned if you have a workshop, the workshop ends at 5, the group is going to dinner, the dinner is at 6, you're at dinner from 6 to 8, and now you're trying to head back. So I'm open. I'm not sure what the right time is, but I'm open to discuss that.
Does anyone have any inputs on at least the two points that Dr. Worthy brought up? So I do agree. I was looking for a schedule, and I saw, so it's a GSA schedule, and is that just for meals, or does that include hotel? I mean, I know it's not necessarily a per diem per se, but it is an allowance for meals, and sometimes that list, you know, shifts from city to city.
Right.
Yeah, because there's one.
You can put in where you are
going.
traveling for official business, and it tells you what the rates are.
Okay. I'd like to see that change if it's applicable to our purposes.
So your preference would be whatever the GSA schedule is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then I would recommend for hotels under B, the program ends after 7. I'd say 7. 7 p.m.
I would say maybe 8 p.m. on that, because I know we've had some trainings that either started at 6:30 or 7, and like it was reasonable to travel back at that time. But I think if we put a hard 7 p.m. and the training starts at 6.
Well, then it still wouldn't be eligible, because I thought it said something about a 10-hour day.
Yeah.
10 hours. Like if you're so if you're going to something that's from 6 to 8 p.m., you're not going to get a hotel. But if you're driving out to a program and it starts at 8 a.m. and you're at a workshop from 8 a.m. and you go through till, whatever that end time is, and then a dinner. But if you were going just to something that's in the evening, the hotel accommodation wouldn't be permitted based on how it's written.
Okay, yeah, and I took that as one of the 3 instead of all. It meets all 3 criteria, so maybe that clarification can be made.
Right, it would be one of the 3 elements, not all 3 of the elements collectively.
Right. So that was my understanding. So in that terms, if we change that 10 p.m. to say 7 p.m., anything that ends after 7 p.m. would be eligible for
the hotel.
So then for B, can you add the verbiage of A and right? Because I was with Dr. Worthy. I thought when it said when, I put them all kind of together. But so you're saying you would be okay, you said 8 PM or 7 PM with a 10-hour day? Deputy Mayor?
I would say it's either a 10-hour day. So if the program is 10 hours, whether
Okay.
it starts at 7 AM, or, noon. I hope the program doesn't start at noon and go 10 hours, but, or ends after maybe 8 PM.
Okay.
And Mr. Harris, was it your intention that it has to meet all 3 criteria or one of the 3 criteria?
One of the 3. So if you look at criteria number C, that's kind of what you're saying. If the event is more than 50 miles from the township, the program schedule and reasonable travel time are more than 10 hours in a single day. So to meet what you were just saying, we could scratch out the 50-mile portion of that one line, and that would encompass it to be if the program schedule and reasonable travel time are more than 10 hours in a single day, then they would be eligible for a hotel accommodation. And there would be no 50-mile limit to that. Whereas item A does also have the 50-mile program schedule, the 50 miles from the township, and the program is scheduled for more than 10 hours in a single day. That's just the location and the time, but does not include any travel time components back and forth.
I think we need a mileage component, otherwise, then we qualify for hotels for going to the Jazz Fest.
Which is a good point.
I mean, yeah, but
We can see, we can keep that in then. So, but still, I'll say, so we're still at, the program ends after 8 PM. Dr. Worthy, you okay with that?
yeah, I'm okay with 8 PM. I just think we need the mileage, like
The mileage
delineation.
component to that, okay.
Yeah.
Does any other council member have any considerations for these items? Are you okay with it, against it?
I'm fine with it.
Councilwoman Crowe?
Yes, so I have no issues with those 3, but regarding the hotel, it says here, hotel incidentals and deposit holds will not be paid for by the township. So with regards to incidentals, yes, incidentals are refundable. However, we currently have our conventions in Atlantic City, which is a casino area. Therefore, the casinos charge $25 a day, which is not refundable for staying at their hotel. It's a casino fee. It's not something that's an incidental. This is something that I experienced, and I had to bring this up to the clerk literally day before checking in. This is something that they charge not just to Willingboro, but the hotels charge a fee that's not refundable. So on here, you have hotel incidentals and deposit holds. Like you put hotel incidental and deposit holds. The incidentals are deposit hold. So I want to get that clear. Incidentals, I understand. Incidentals, they hold a certain amount, then it's reimbursed later. I'm okay with that. But when there's a fee, that means that is the expense of your hotel stay. That fee needs to be covered under the hotel stay, whereby that fee is not allowed to be paid for via purchase order. It must be paid for via credit card or some sort of, a card, basically. So that's still an underlying issue that we need to address. And it's not just one particular hotel. It's understand, it's a casino area, and this is something that they charge. Now, if the convention is in Cherry Hill, we would not experience that if we stayed at a hotel in Cherry Hill. The casinos charge a fee, not a hold. It's a fee. So that's
Yeah. And for clarification, that should, I think going forward, they're going to make sure that those resort fees and any of those fees are paid for in the beginning, right, Miss Balajian?
Well, Ms. Pelagia? She could speak to that because they said you can't use a purchase order. And then when I read I'll let her respond, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, but I did read the rest of this and it says that we're going to use purchase order. Now, according to my conversation along with Ms. Pelagia, and she can speak to the rest of it, my conversation with the said hotel, I'm not going to name the hotel currently, the casino, but they explained that that is not something, that fee is not something that a purchase order can pay for unless that has changed, but she can speak to it at this point.
That is correct. That is correct.
What is correct?
That fee won't be on the purchase order.
All right, so how does that get paid? That, because the fee, incidentals and incidentals and deposit hold to me is different from the resort fee and those extra fees.
When you come back and submit your receipts.
Because I didn't get charged. Did anyone else? I didn't get charged.
It's not
like
every
$26.
hotel.
Huh?
It's not every hotel, and that was new this year.
It was new this year, and they did say that the casinos are charging a fee.
You know, they all do. They've been charging a fee. They've been charging a resort fee for a long time. That's what I'm saying. There's incidentals, which is $100 a day or $25 a day that goes back on your credit card. And then there's a charge. And I'm saying if you got a charge, that shouldn't be like a charge that you have to be reimbursed. That's not, I don't think we're.
Right.
That's what I'm speaking
At
about.
the Borgata, they charged a $26 resort fee, which is non-refundable. They don't reimburse. So
Yeah,
I believe
that's been
that's
happening.
Yeah.
Because we got charged, where we stayed, we got charged a resort fee and it didn't go out. So that's what I'm trying to understand. That should somehow be covered. The resort fee should be covered.
That's all.
So Mayor, if I may, a resort fee like that should be covered in the registration. And if you are charged, then you would bring the receipt back to the township and the township would reimburse you.
Right, so I'm not going to be charged for a resort fee because that's part of the stay. If it's if it's a hold, the incidentals, I understand. They hold a certain amount per day. That I understand, that will be reimbursed later. What I'm speaking about is a fee, F-E-E. That is something that is like the hotel stay. You don't get the money back for the hotel stay.
Well,
So
what I don't understand is why that wasn't included in the payment from the township to the hotel, because we should have paid that fee.
I think
So why it wasn't, I don't know.
The resort fee is not new. They've been charging resort fees.
the reason, please speak to it because go ahead.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
The reason why they don't put that there, because if you guys remember your receipts, it's come from AC Rooms. So AC Room only charge us for the room rate that the that Atlantic, that what the New Jersey League of Municipality coordinate with them. So they only charge the room rate. They will not put the resort fee on it. That is reimbursed at the end. So that's AC Rooms. That's who they contracted with.
But the resort fee is reimbursable and we just have to hand in our receipt, right, to the township.
If you choose to. For my case, I was not going to charge $600 on any card at this time. So, and last year it was something that they explained that it was waived. They didn't charge, but they said they're going to be charging it now. Any fees, understand, anything that's a fee or hotel, anything dealing with the hotel that's not an incidental, that should be paid for before I get there.
But that's more than $25 a day.
That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying, though.
I stayed at the Borgata. So what they did per night, I had to pay $150 a night. That's the whole they put on the credit card. So for the time I was there, that was the whole $750, whatever it was. After I left, they reimbursed it. That portion of the stay, I'm not looking to have the township pay that, only because there are other hotels there that have lower costs. There's some hotels that charge $25 a night.
Correct.
It's just that where I chose to stay, it was that, and I put it on my credit card and I got it all back once I left. Now that's something I'm not looking to have the township pay, only because there are other options. I just chose to stay there.
So I don't know what Mr. Anderson is talking about, but I'm gonna tell you right now, the fee is not refundable. This is a hotel charge, and it's not only the Borgata. And the Borgata explained to me that is a fee that the casinos charge. Let me put it like this, if there's a casino in that hotel, that's typically when they charge it. So the casinos and the Madam Mayor said the same thing. It is a fee. It's not something that they put a hold and you get it back.
No, we're talking
It's
two different things, Rebecca.
Yes.
It's two different things.
Right, two
We're
different things. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
we're talking two
Incidentals
different,
is different.
we understand the resort fee. We can bring that back in and get reimbursed. What I was referencing that you had brought up was the fee that they charge. They call it an incidental fee.
No, I'm not
Yeah,
talking about that. part.
Okay, okay.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't speaking about the incidentals.
Oh, okay.
But you said
I'm not speaking about
$600, Councilwoman Perone?
He said it was 100. I don't know. I had
It was 150 a day.
Right. So that's for incidentals. That will be reimbursed to you. But it's
Correct.
the fee. I'm talking about the fee per day. That's what I'm speaking about. That they do not refund that back to you.
Right, which we just said that we bring the receipt back in and get reimbursed.
But that's okay. That's the part there. I don't want to pay for. That's like saying pay for your hotel stay and we'll reimburse you. Anything that has to do with the hotel fee, whether it be the stay of the room or fee for a casino, that's what I'm saying should be paid for prior to. I'm not speaking about incidentals. I'm not speaking about the $100 a day. I'm talking about the fee that I don't get back. The fee that I don't.
Right,
That's what
so,
I'm speaking about.
I mean, just for clarification, Councilwoman Perone, this last trip, were you charged that fee and had to get reimbursed for that?
No, because they put it on the card. Miss Eusebia Diggs, they used their card, and which made more sense. They used their card because it pays for the hotel stay. So there's a waiver at the hotel. They said there's a waiver that that other municipalities use for their colleagues. Okay, it's a waiver where the municipal has a card, and usually it's the CFO because they manage the money. They use their card, and it's some sort of form that they fill out, and that's where the fee went to. So it went directly to. There was no transaction between me or that fee. I handled the incidentals. That was on my card. That was mine, but not the fee. So that's the part that I'm trying to elaborate here. Not the incidentals, the fee. So anyway, we used the card at that time. So that's why I said going forward, that needs to happen. If there's a fee, that needs to happen before, whatever the purchase order, however they want to do it beforehand.
Yeah, we'll just have to figure out, Dr. Worthy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was wondering if perhaps this could be addressed with the GSA and per diem rates. And if we use that as the standard of, how much we're able to spend, would that then help us to decide where we're going to stay based on how much money we want to pay? Because perhaps the GSA rate will provide enough money to pay for us to stay at whatever, hotel we want. But if you want to select a different hotel, perhaps you'd have to pay out of pocket for the difference because it doesn't line up with the GSA rate. So I'm wondering if instead of looking at it by exception, can we look at just the policy itself and selecting, if we decide to go with GSA rates, it'll spell out whatever the maximum is. And then we don't have to, go by exception. It'll be the part of our policy.
I'm okay with that too. Just as long as whatever is covered is covered. And Madam Clerk, did you receive a reimbursement sheet from me from this last year?
No.
How about the year before?
No.
I never submitted one. Just so you all know, I pay my own gas, I pay my tolls, I pay my food. Since I've been on council, it's my second term, I've never submitted a reimbursement. I'm not speaking about anybody else on council, but again, hotel stay, it needs to be paid for. I pay for everything else for myself. I never rent a car. I don't ask for anything for my meals, even though it's there. I know it's entitled to me. I've never submitted anything. I've paid for everything from tolls down to the gas, down to every single meal. I eat a lot. I don't skip lunch, dinner. I eat 4 times, snack. I never submitted. So I'm just saying this fee. And I'm not a gambler, I'm not I'll put a little something in the slot, but honestly, I don't want to pay a
Councilwoman Perone. Okay. Anyway, okay, so, I do think if Madam Clerk, if we can figure out, I do agree with Councilwoman Perone in terms of the fees, because I think that is part of hotel stays. I don't remember being charged those fees. That fee is part of every hotel. I don't know. I thought the incidentals were, raised at a certain hotel. That's different. The incidentals is different the fees should be part of hotel, however they handle it. I would like to figure out how to make sure that that portion of it is handled. I know Dr. Worthy had brought up the utilizing the GSI. I don't think it's necessary, but what's the will of council? I'm willing to, if they put that in there. I don't know what other council members thought of what Dr. Worthy presented.
An option, if it makes it seem, from my understanding, which Councilman Worthy is saying, we have a number, we know what the GSA is giving us, so we have an idea that the clerk can work with. I'm not against that. But as long as you have an understanding, I don't want surprises when I check in, especially for things that I don't want.
Right. I just don't know if that addresses that in particular, because the issue is really if, the hotel can be $100 or $50, but you're saying that extra fee should be covered in advance, regardless of the cost, that resort fee whatever fee is associated with the stay should be accommodated for prior.
Yeah, Borgata did say one other thing that they haven't been charging it. They used to waive it, but I'm guessing because of COVID, they said that they're starting to charge it. So this is something, that's what they said. But anyway, I have to belabor it too much longer. It's almost 10 o'clock, but that needs to be handled. And then the last question I wanted to ask, didn't we talk about a card, like a credit card or something that we could use that's, given to the council member, for things like this, travel this way, it automatically goes to the township. It's not something that we are technically using on our own. What about that? Like a business card, like we would have, at a business, they give you a card. This way there's no real issues with that.
So we are discussing implementation, purchasing cards, but purchasing cards are not utilized in that type of fashion. They're utilized for municipal purchases, big box stores, certain situations where a purchase order can't be accepted or a check won't be accepted. But a purchase card is not just to give out to an employee when they go travel, at the expense or to be just charged to the township. Those aren't the regulations attached to a purchase card. So you wouldn't be able to use a township issued purchase card in that manner.
So what card did the finance department was able to use regarding this year?
She used the purchase card.
Okay, so if she's able to do that, why couldn't at least the clerk have the purchase card? And then she could, because she handles all of our arrangements anyway.
Well, we are talking about issuing the clerk a purchase card, but I thought that you had said giving a card to the council members that they could take with them, and that's the element that I was addressing specifically.
Okay, yeah, I did say that, and but if it's the clerk, then because that's what happened. You remember the conversation? They wouldn't allow a purchase order because it's a check. So if it's a card, and I get that it's a card, you gotta use it. I used my card for incidentals. I get that, but if this is for the fee, the cost of the room stay, that should be paid for. That's what we were promised anyway. I mean, it's full-time service, part-time job, so part-time pay. So from my concern, if I'm staying out there for a few days, I think that the least that it can be done is the room to be paid for. And if there's a fee, it shouldn't have to come back down on me. Unless they want to pay me some more, then, I won't be worried about a fee.
Okay, and so
Can we just?
okay, so we're in agreement with go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Would we be able to just add some language to the hotels piece in that opening line, that hotel accommodations and fees will be permitted only when?
Okay.
What is it that I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor, what did you say?
Under the hotels piece, just add and fees after accommodations.
And fees.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I just want to make us go ahead, Mr.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure we have a consensus on trying to apply to GSA for the maximum reimbursement for food and meals.
I just want to go back to Deputy Mayor's addition, so this is still the same topic. It says here, please take into consideration your ability as a traveler to cover your incidentals and deposits and fees. So again, I'm not paying a fee.
No, that's not
What
what
you're
it
saying?
said.
Okay.
Said-
where
No,
is it?
she was
Under the
adding
hotel.
she was adding what you wanted to.
Wait, maybe I'm looking at it wrong. I'm trying to see what she's speaking about.
Under the hotels portion,
Hotel incidental deposits and holds.
Just hotels.
that's hotels.
Okay, up top. Okay, I see it. Okay, so where it says A, B, and C.
Yes, above that, accommodations and fees.
Okay. I see what you're saying now. Thank you.
Okay, for the GSA, I just want to make sure we have some, everybody's okay with that addition?
Yes, I'm okay.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yes, for meals,
for me, right.
yes.
I just wanted to pull out for the, on page 51. It says the township manager and township clerk and directors may attend for up to 3 days. I just want to pull the township clerk out of that, because sometimes she just has to make accommodations for the council. So I just wanted to remove that.
Where is that, ma'am? I'm sorry.
It's that you have township manager, it's on page 50, it's late, the page is labeled 51.
Oh, I don't have a numbered page. That's under the
Okay.
section township
Yeah,
manager.
I'm gonna
Department-
say the.
What's the heading?
The heading is township manager and department directors.
Okay,
And it says the township manager, township clerk, and department directors may attend for up to 3 days.
correct.
I just want to pull the township clerk out of that because sometimes she has to just make sure that the council stuff is taken care of.
So she can't attend?
She can attend, just is not limited
To the 3 days.
to the 3 days.
Right.
Okay. Okay,
Then I did want to say for, I don't know, I'm looking, I don't know, I'm just wrote it down on my notes. Put some verbiage in for tips not to exceed 18%. And I'm sorry, I don't know what page.
That will probably go under food and meals.
Okay.
okay, tips not to exceed 18%.
Or 15. I'm okay with it either. If anybody has a preference.
I'm okay with 18.
Okay,
I'm okay with 18.
okay. Are there any other alterations to this that we want to let Mr. Harris know? Okay. So
So
Mr.
then
Harris,
I will go ahead and prepare this for introduction at the next meeting.
okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Harris,
you.
real quick though, will you have that information about the card, or will that be later? Like, I know you said you're working on the card for the clerk. When you said you'll prepare this, will you have that information, or is that?
Well,
separate?
that's a whole nother subject not related to this ordinance. So that's something that's really technically already in place
Okay,
that we just have to, I'm working with the CFO to roll it out.
okay. All right,
So,
thank you.
yeah.
All right. Is there any other new business from council? All right.
Provide an update.
Oh,
or-
yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor. Yes.
Appointed new business. Today I took part in a focus group concerning the Futuro House. Mr. Harris, the administration, and some members from the Willingboro Community Development Corporation discussed one of our historical assets in town, the Futuro House. I think it was a very good conversation and highlighted a tremendous amount of interest in the Futuro House, not only from some of our residents, but also from outside entities. And we are exploring possible uses of the Futuro House as a welcome center for our park system, as well as exploring funding opportunities, either from architectural industries or other grant sources to do rehabilitation on it. The Recreation Department has applied for a historic preservation designation for the Frutora House. And if that is granted by the state, it will open us up for eligibility for additional maintenance and rehabilitation funding.
Yeah, cool.
Oh, the other point is that we will be holding another focus group targeting residents that have information or would like to comment or share thoughts on the Frutora House on February 16th at the JFK Center. It'll take place from 7 to 8:30 p.m. So we look forward to having residents participate in that conversation and sharing their thoughts on the future of the Frutora House.
Hey, Deputy Mayor, can you just let them know exactly what that is for those who don't?
The Frutora House is the spaceship-looking building that is in the front of Mill Creek Park. It was gifted, I guess, to Willingboro Township in the 70s, I believe, and has been has taken on a number of different uses, from a recreation storage to a check-in office for some of the recreation programs, a bank, and a number of other uses that it has held in town. Currently, it is on an endangered architectural building list because of its current condition, and it will be great to be able to rehab that and for the betterment of Willingboro.
Cool. Thank you for that update. Anything else for new business? Okay, we're going to open it up for public comment. We are opening up for public comment. Please state your name and address for the record. Public comment is now open.
Maddie Mallory.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening, Miss Mallory.
Maddie Mallory on Hudson Place. I finally got my computer to work. I have a new computer. And the last time I was on the council meeting as a call-in, and somehow I got ignored. If I'm using the correct procedure, I was told to use *6 to be recognized, which I did. And I waited for the whole time and was not recognized. So I was not very happy about that. However, moving forward, I have several things that I need to bring to council's attention. The first thing that I wanted to discuss the last time was that there was a dead animal on Kennedy Way between the firehouse and the WMUA building. That animal stayed there for more than a month until it decayed, and there still may be some fur left in that area. Now, Kennedy Way is a very heavily traveled street here in town, and I'm sure that I'm not the only person that saw that dead animal. And when I say not the only person, I'm talking about personnel, public works, and those people that work in town. I'm sure someone else saw it besides me. So, you know, the last time I called in a dead animal at Bonnie Lane and what is now Veterans Parkway, it took them 3 weeks to pick it up. So I just decided this time not to bother. But I can't believe that no one else saw that dead animal on Kennedy Way and did not bother to pick it up. The next thing that I want to bring to your attention is that in the summer, I was in Pennypacker Park and a street across from the school, and the residents had shrubs like hedges around the border, and they had clothes hanging on the shrubs. When I say hanging, I should say strewn on the shrub, I guess, as to dry the clothes. And I thought I had seen everything until last week. I was in Buckingham Park, and there were several residences where the cars were parked almost in front of the front door on the lawn. So what are we becoming in this town that no one else sees any of these things that are going on and take care of it and report it and follow code enforcement? The other thing that bothered me at the last meeting was the lady that spoke from the newly hired cleaning service. If she is employed by the township, she should not have been allowed to speak to Councilwoman Perrone as she did in public. That was insubordination at its greatest. And if we allow this from our employees, then we need to rethink who we're going to hire in this town. And my question is, who does she know, first of all, so that she was recommended to get this job? Her mic should have been turned off. It was clearly a case of insubordination. She's a peon, and it never should have happened. The other thing, there was a comment made between Mayor and Councilwoman Perrone was talking
Mallory,
about.
your time is up.
Oh, that was a quick 4 minutes, Miss Bligent. But thank you.
Welcome. Thank you, Ms. Mallory.
All right, Gary Johnson.
Good evening. Am I unmuted?
You can hear you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. I'm never sure with this thing. Gary Johnson, 54 Gramercy Lane. I would like to make a remark in regard to speed bumps. I don't know what they are municipality, but I would urge that you give at least some consideration to what effect, if any, these speed bumps would have on snow removal. And the reason I bring this up is the firm I work for has a rather large parking lot. And in the summer months, they install speed bumps. But when late fall comes around and the possibility of snow arrives, they remove the speed bumps to facilitate snow removal. So I don't know what effect these would have, but I think that some consideration should be given as to whether these speed bumps would have any effect at all on snow removal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
All right, Pat Lindsay Harvey.
Good evening, Pat Lindsay Harvey, Hadley Lane. I just wanted to let the public know that there will be a flyer that's going to be coming out about the focus group that the deputy mayor was talking about, that you'll be able to sign up to participate in the focus group. Something else I was going to say, and I just totally went out of my head. Wow. Oh, well. I guess that's all I have to say this evening because I can't remember what it was.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lindsay Harvey.
All right, Beulah Williams.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council, Manager, fellow citizens, and everyone. Good evening.
Good evening. You state your address, Ms. Williams?
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Number 8 Botany Circle, right here in Willingboro. So I have lived through a couple lawsuits in Willingboro, and I see that it's the citizens that pay for those lawsuits. So I think we should be more mindful of when we're treading on precarious precipices And when the attorney says stop, we should stop. You know, we should be mindful. That's my take. Now, yesterday we had a wonderful luncheon in honor of our veterans. And it was hosted at the Foster Military Lodge. So we are grateful to them for being the venue, allowing the venue, I should say. Our deputy mayor was our keynote speaker, and she did shine on behalf of our township. She was articulate. She was just good, and I was proud that she was representing me and our other citizens. And I know the veterans appreciated her also. So thank you, Deputy Mayor Samantha Whitfield. Also, there was the head of the let's see now, Mr. Weston. I'm so nervous. Okay, NAACP, yes, right. William Weston, he was there as well. He was he gave credit to his pastor. So showing that he has an effective pastor. He said, what I'm saying concerning Martin Luther King, I learned it from my pastor yesterday. And I say, you go. If he was writing a paper and he had to give credit to the bibliography, that's what he was doing yesterday. So, yeah. I wanted to say also about Mayor Whitfield. Wow. Deputy Mayor Whitfield. She actually wanted to serve. She was saying, I'm here to serve. And we had to tell her we have enough people to serve. Another thing of good leadership is modesty. And she is, so thank you. Okay. Just like Ms. Pat Lindsay Harvey, I'm forgetting things that I wanted to say. My time is not up yet, so let me see if I can wing it. And what else I wanted to say. Okay, well, I should have said that the Willingboro Seventh-day Adventist Church hosts this event yearly, and we partnered with the Beloved Project, and they had gift bags for the veterans, which I think was a nice touch, and they appreciated the kindness of the Beloved Project as well. And we appreciate everyone that had anything to do with the well-being of our community. We are here to make things better for our community, and we love to work together.
Williams, your time is up.
Oh, well, thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, everybody. Please keep up the good work. We appreciate you. God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
All right, Tarina Williams.
Good evening, everyone. Tarina Williams, 8 Botany Circle. In continuation of my mom's words of appreciation, I too want to extend appreciation to Deputy Mayor Samantha Whitfield for coming to attend and speak and appreciate not only our hero, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., on his 40th anniversary of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, but also our veterans that we're in debt to. I mean, we have so many veterans, as you know, still serving because they truly are our role models, our own Ms. Blige and Dr. Tiffany Worthy, Dr. Carlos Worthy, and it's like just about every single year. And of course, Ms. Foster, how could I forget her? There are so many veterans in our own township, which I greatly, greatly appreciate. May God richly bless you. And of course, the Beloved Project, we connected with her, the Beloved Project under Miss Archer from Dr. / Councilwoman Worthy. So thanks again, Councilwoman Worthy, for introducing her to us, them to us. It was a great collaboration that we're so happy that we were able to do. While looking on the township calendar, I noticed that our next township meeting will not be until February 21st, and that's well over the month past due. I went to go to the actual calendar and there's nothing underlined for February 7th. So I'm wondering, is that a typo or is that really not having a meeting due to maybe there's something that you guys have to attend to? Another question is, I was on Nextdoor and someone has been going through a back and forth with their neighbor for 8 years. And someone, I believe it was Miss Harvey, said that she's unsure if it's still true, but potentially there's a mediator. So is that something that our township has? If not, I would recommend that we do. I love and appreciate all of you individually and collectively as a body, but there's too much back and forth during these meetings that stretches the meeting to be much longer than it has to be. All of us, and yourselves included, have families and you work so hard during the day and we need our rest. So this back and forth, I believe prior to the next meeting, anything that needs to be resolved individually should be resolved. The Bible says, don't let the sun go down on your wrath. So whatever things that you're holding inside, please pray about it and go to that person directly. Or if you can't talk to the person directly, get someone that both of you mutually respect between the two parties and try to settle that matter. Something to please think about. Sometimes it's easier said than done, but please pray about it and think about it, because we're in a new year. So we should resolve to say the things that I can't change in 2022, I can't change it, but this is a new year. Have a fresh start, please. Because when we turn off the news, I don't want to re-experience what we're somewhat experiencing in our own government. And I think that was it. But thank you for your time and attention and dedicated service. May God richly bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
You're welcome, Mayor McIntosh. Thank you as well.
Will Weston.
Good evening, council. Yes, William Weston, 44 Bosworth Lane. I just wanted to mention that there's 2 vacancies on the school board, and if anybody's interested in being on the school board, you could submit a letter of interest before January 27th. I would go to the website and get details, the school board, the Willingboro School Board, to find out more information. Also, the WMUA will be having their meeting tomorrow at 6 o'clock. And if you go to the WMUA website, you'll be able to have access to that meeting. It will be a virtual meeting. And also, and I was speaking as the president of the NAACP, it was an honor to be asked to speak about Martin Luther King at the Beloved Project and Seventh-day Adventist Church event. And it is a wonderful serving the veterans and being part of that event. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weston. Is there any other public comment? Okay. I see Ms. Holly raised her hand.
Sarah Holly, 9 Tioga Lane. Trash, trash, trash. When will we have our trash picked up on a consistent basis? In Twin Hills, our trash should have been picked up on Friday. The week after the holidays, though, our trash was not picked up until midday the following Monday. This is unacceptable. I don't want to hear about taxes remaining flat when services are being reduced. I'm willing to pay more in taxes for better services. RFP is a request for proposal. A RFQ is a request for quote. According to NJSA 40A:11, what they both have in common is the requirement that a vendor is required to provide accurate information when submitting a proposal. When answering a bid, an up-to-date and accurate business address is required. When Googling Pristine Cleaners, Councilwoman Perrone is correct when she stated at the reorg meeting, the business comes up as temporarily closed. Whoever from the township who is responsible for overseeing the process missed the part where the bid information has to be verified. And at tonight's meeting, it was established that the township manager has the oversight of contracts. You missed that, Mr. Harris. Also, businesses with state, county, and municipal contracts in New Jersey should be registered with the state. With my limited investigative skills, I could not find Pristine Cleaners on the state website. At the reorg meeting, the owner of Pristine Cleaner confronted Councilwoman Perrone. However, she still failed to provide an update of a correct address. May I remind council that a bid is public information as taxpayers' funds are being expended. As it relates to Pristine's water bill, a water bill in Willingboro is public information. The bills are on the website. If you have a contract with the township and you owe $2,000 in back water bill, those bills should be paid as you are defrauding the taxpayers. Why should the taxpayers wait until a house is sold to be reimbursed the $2,000 that they owe for the water bill? Our water bill was just raised in August. So those of us who pay our bills consistently are supplementing those of you who are not paying your bill. You're riding along, you're having a free ride at the expense of the taxpayer. And we just went through this stuff with using taxpayers' money for that roof on private property. You remember that? I commend Councilwoman Perrone for her diligence, for her due diligence, and bringing a lot of this backdoor information to the public. Now, on a more positive note, I would like to commend Councilman Anderson, who, no matter what, he always managed to pick up my phone call when I call to complain or have a concern about something, and he responds and he gets it done. I had a conversation with Councilman Anderson about down wires on Tallwood Lane. He responded and he gave me an update. So thank you, Councilman Anderson, and also thank you, Councilwoman Perrone. And that concludes my comment. And I just made it with 7 seconds to go. Right, Ms. Blodgett? Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Holly. Any other comments for any other discussion for public comments? I don't see anyone else's hand raised. All right, public comment is now closed. Mr. Harris, there's like probably a couple things you can address: the dead animal, roadkill, and speed bumps and snow removal.
So, Mayor, regarding dead animals on Kennedy Way, I was unaware of any dead animals on Kennedy Way, and unfortunately, Ms. Mallory opted not to report that. I can't say that anyone from any of the other departments definitively knew that there was a dead animal on Kennedy Way, but at least if she had picked up the phone, it would have given us an opportunity to address that. So I'm sorry that situation was as it was for that amount of time. But again, I encourage the residents, if they have a situation like that, to pick up the phone. And there are things that we are putting in place that it will make it easier for them to report situations like that. She also mentioned that at some point there was residents who had clothes strewn on the shrubs, and cars on the lawn. I have been very aggressive about handling inappropriate property situations like that. There were several properties in town where I had several vehicles towed from the property. There was an incident over the weekend where, Councilman Anderson called and apprised us of a situation, and that matter was immediately corrected. So, part of community is everyone doing their part. And if there is a situation that is not appropriate, please do not hesitate to pick up the phone and let us know, and we will address those situations. And she also mentioned about public comments, and I understand some of the things that she was saying, but any individual has the ability to make a public comment during a public meeting, whether or not they are an employee or a contractor, and it is not a subordination. It is their right under New Jersey law and federal statutes. So she may not have appreciated it, but it was their right to do so. Those were the issues that Miss Mallory brought up. Mr. Gary Johnson, he did mention speed bumps. There are removable speed bumps that could be put into place. They are substantially more expensive than regular speed bumps and come with their own different set of issues, but that's something that can be looked into as well if the governing body chooses to go down that route. Ms. Lindsay Harvey spoke on the focus group, doesn't really have any bearing on me. Ms. Williams made some very lovely comments, and thank her for those, as well as Ms. Tarina as well.
And for clarification for Ms. Williams, we are having a February 7th meeting. I don't know where that was missing, but we are having a February 7th.
And their pastor is doing the prayer.
Okay.
That is correct. Now, Ms. Holly had mentioned some things about trash in Twin Hills. She is correct that there was a trash issue in Twin Hills last week. That matter was addressed by the Republic Services. They still have issues at times, but they're not as pressing as prior issues. That's still something that we are still working out with them. She also mentioned the cleaning company and business registrations. As far as the township is concerned, we do not vet a company's legitimacy through Google. There are certain documents that they're required to submit in their bid packages. They submitted a current New Jersey business registration. They submitted all of their proper insurance documents. They submitted every legal requirement in a bid. So there is nothing that would cause me to question the legitimacy or the functioning operations of Lee's Prestige Cleaning, irregardless that the internet said that business was closed. And I don't know that there was anything else that I needed to address from Ms. Holly.
No. Anything that we were missing, Council, that we may be missing addressing? Council, Dr. Worthy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's more of a comment. I know that Ms. Mallory mentioned decided not to call in the dead animal. I would like Mr. Harris to consider a different perspective, that we do have several hundred municipal employees, and perhaps there could be a more focused initiative on, if they see something, say something, and to feel empowered and compelled to call in things that they may see as they travel. Perhaps they're going to lunch or the post office or driving home or running errands. And perhaps we can do something more to incentivize employees to report things that they see. I think we need more eyes and ears out there. It does become frustrating when you keep seeing things as a resident because you're wondering how everyone else is missing it. But our employees would know perhaps how to report things. Using a website would be a great way to test some of the new software that we're gonna have implemented with uploading photos, and perhaps incentivize them to report. When I worked in the nuclear industry, we incentivized our employees to do observations, and it wasn't, just reporting if somebody didn't have on a hard hat. It was really more, taking a deeper look and being able to provide observations because they know better, they know what the expectations are. And I think that from Ms. Mallory's comment, I think what she was saying was there are many other people that, work for the town that are in the town. And it's more of a request of what can be done to get those people engaged and compel them to take action, not, well, she didn't call it in, so she should have called it in. What I took from it was a request for more engagement.
And thank you, Dr. Worthy. And believe me, I do not disagree with anything that you stated. But if an employee goes by a situation and doesn't report it, and I am not aware of it, then I still cannot take care of that situation. So now if I am aware that an employee observes a situation and ignored it, then that opens me up to another course of action. But at this point, I could not identify any particular employee and say, well, you drove by, you saw that, you drove by and didn't do anything. But it would still be great if the residents would, just as a backup even, say, this is a situation here. Are you aware of it? Yes, we are. No, we're not. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. But I absolutely agree with everything that you were saying. And these are continual strides that we are working to take on all levels in the municipality, not just with DPW.
Okay. Thank you. Any Councilwoman Perrone? Yes.
Yeah. In regards to Ms. Maddie and Ms. Holly's comments with regards to Lee's Pressing cleaning services, and I'm glad they spoke at this meeting because it is truly an issue, still at concern, Council, with regards to that address. As you heard from the owner at that meeting, she is the CFO part of the ownership, where she stated that address is to be bought by someone else, but yet she also written her bid that that's her business address. She also stated that the owner is sick and dying, and I guess she's waiting for that to happen in order to handle the bills. But it seems that she's living and using a person's address that is not well, and that's unethical. If she has a business, she needs to truly have a business address and not use someone else's address of a person who is dying. According to her comments at the reorg meeting, the person is not well, they're dying, and the house is going to be sold. This is listed not as a residence, it's listed as her business address. And that business address where she probably resides, and she said it's not in her name because she's living in someone else's house, using them for their address as her business address, which, by the way, the business is listed as temporary closed. Why is it closed? Maybe because she doesn't have an address. So these things are things that we as council need to look into, because this still draws me deep concern about doing business with a person who is using someone else's address in Willingboro, who is not well and is dying, according to her comments at the reorg meeting. So I wanted to clarify that. And there could be liens on the property as well. According to her, the address is owned by someone else and they're dying. So it seems like she's benefiting from somebody who is not well, and that's not fair. So again, this is something that I would like for us to continue to look into. And that's all I wanted to say about that.
Any other council comments from public comment? Okay, we'll move on to council comment. Any council have any comments, closing comments? Councilwoman Perrone.
Yes, I'm so proud of Captain Bucks. I want to say congratulations on completing the FBI National Academy. That's awesome. I'm so proud that you are an officer here, and to say that that you completed your certification. So that's really great. I'm looking forward to things that you're going to be able to do here as well. So I wanted to state that. And I just also, in closing, I did want to again speak on the conversation we had earlier about the volunteer. I really, it's distasteful, again, as I stated earlier, when we have people who whether work for the township or live in the township and they volunteer their time to be scrutinized in the manner that happened this evening. And I find that to be, again, really a poor judgment on the decision of our township manager, because what I would like to see is more involvement from the community and from the employees. So I'm not so sure how much we're going to get as far as involvement for another event. However, I think it definitely needs to be clarified on what is considered volunteer hours. If you go back, all of you, and listen to this meeting, you will hear Mr. Harris contradict what he said. He says you cannot talk to an employee during business hours if they're volunteering. Then you can't talk to them after 6 p.m. because that's volunteer office hours. However, just for clarity, other material was printed from in-house. The whole building the banquet hall was decorated after business hours. The t-shirts were printed and designed during business hours by the same group of people and some by other people. Okay, but it seems like this one person is being targeted, and that's not right. And so I'm speaking up for her because not a lot of people will speak up for other people, but I see what's happening to her and it's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. And it saddens me that Mr. Harris is a reverend and he would target and attack a woman who works here, who put her hours in after hours to try to put on a parade for the community, that this community. And I just so happen to know she doesn't rent a place here. She actually is a taxpayer. She raised her children here. And for her to be treated like this at this meeting is distasteful. It truly is. And as far as I'm concerned, if you have special hours for volunteers, Mr. Harris, I need you to put that in writing or show it to me where it exists. That's what I would like for you to show me. Where does it exist as far as what is volunteer hours? Because as far as I know, everyone who participated in helping, from the police department, from the fire department, they worked and helped during business hours. But none of them are sitting here before this meeting being scrutinized. Printed material was printed from the department of the recreation department, not by the creative team. Military symbols were printed and pasted on the pillars of the banquet hall. That was done during business hours, but none of those people are here this evening. None of those people are being attacked. It draws the question, what are you really after? What is truly the issue? Vendors were paid. Multiple vendors were paid. All of the vendors were paid.
Councilwoman, I am concerned that we're stepping over the line here.
It's just a public comment. It's my council comment. All of these, and these are all facts, all of these vendors were paid, except for this one vendor. We don't need any lawsuits, Mr. Harris. This vendor printed the material, pay them. They were contracted by me, the vendors, not the employees, not Marilyn Bell. None of the employees were contacted via phone. Hello, can you do this? Can you print a banner? Can you order tablecloths? I've communicated with Gary, who you appointed for me to communicate with him. So again, whatever axe you have to grind, please take it somewhere else. Please do, sir. Please. That's all that I have to say.
Any other council have comment for Councilman Anderson?
That's a hard act to follow. I'd just like to thank everyone for coming out. Congratulations to Captain Bucks, as well as the entire Willingboro, to the police department, for all that they do. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you, Councilman Anderson. Dr. Worthy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to say I appreciated seeing Willingboro Police Department out yesterday. There was a Serve for Singleton event that was at Habitat for Humanity, and it was wonderful seeing Willingboro Police out in force. We received lots of compliments for the work that they had done and for their service, so appreciate that. I did want to comment on the Veterans Day conversations we've been having, and just say that I do support the vendor being paid for the printed materials. And also because of all the work that was done for this parade, and we haven't had a parade, to Councilwoman Pearl's point, in a long time, I think it really uncovered several gaps that we have in the municipality when it comes to trying to work to get certain projects done. That we don't have a standard operating procedure for how us as council members and liaisons work with these committees and with employees. I didn't have the same experience Councilwoman Perrone has had, but on a smaller scale with Youth Advisory Committee, we did have to work through procurement stuff. We were working through how to, make purchases. It was, it's not a written process. You're trying to figure it out as you go. And as we endeavor to do more with our residents and have more events, more parades, I think that it would be a worthwhile effort to create whatever standard operating procedure needs to be created to help define, the roles, help define what it is that we can do. I don't think that Councilwoman Perrone was doing anything, malicious, trying to get stuff done. She was just trying to move forward, and the time was ticking. And so I appreciate the efforts of that committee and Councilwoman Perrone, the employees, but I do think that it just uncovered some gaps in our processes that we need to go back and revisit. That's all I have for tonight. Thank you, Willingboro, for coming out tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Worthy. You have anything, Deputy?
Yes, ma'am. First, I'd also like to send a congratulations to Captain Bucks for the completion of his training. It is an honor to have him continue to serve Willingboro, and especially to be such a highly trained officer here in our municipality. It just shows to the excellence of our police force here, and also a congratulations or a thank you to Officer Canales, who put together the autism training for the police department so that we may better interact with our residents, especially those who may have special needs, so that they can also receive appropriate service from our police source. I did have the chance to speak at the Seventh-day Adventist and Beloved Project MLK Day event yesterday. It was a wonderful event. And just thank you to those two organizations for continuing to serve Willingboro on a consistent basis. And it does not go unnoticed. And thank you for your continued work and support of not only the veterans, but Willingboro Township as a whole, providing opportunities for our residents. And then lastly, I am looking forward as we go into the new year to our 2023 municipal calendar. It will be a more comprehensive of all of the events that we'll be having here in Willingboro this year. And if my memory serves me correctly, it should be hitting mailboxes soon, Mr. Harris. All right, so that I'm excited that that calendar will be sent to each residence this year, so that everyone is starting off on the same page, literally, and in addition to figuratively. So thank you to Mr. Harris and the administration for completing that effort and keeping all of our residents informed of the ongoings of Willingboro Township. That is all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Whitfield. I'd just like to conclude that I appreciate all the residents joining in today. We did have discussions about our financial outlook for the next couple of years. So I would implore you just to stay tuned or tune in the next couple of meetings, also as council presents their whatever initiatives or priorities that we're going to be focusing on this year. So that should be interesting. I think everybody is glad that the road projects are going to be underway. And I also like to just appreciate all the churches and all the organizations that did something over this weekend. There was many events for the Martin Luther King celebration. So I just want to appreciate that. I'm glad we keep the memory of a superb leader at the forefront of our minds, especially for his birthday. But there were many celebrations and many events, and I mean, in all different categories. So I was very pleased to see that and witness that. But moving forward, I just asked residents to tune in, especially for the next couple of council meetings, so that you can weigh in on things that you feel are priorities for our townships also. Have a good evening. We will be going into executive session. Mr. Crook or Miss Blige.
Resolution 2023-28, authorizing executive session. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Whitfield, seconded by Councilman Anderson. Roll call.
Mr. Crook, you want to give the statement?
You're on mute, Mr. Crook.
Thank you. We're going into executive session pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act under the exceptions dealing with personnel matters, as well as appointments. So that's what we're going to be discussing.
And we will have a vote after executive session, correct? Yes.
I anticipate that as a result of the discussion having to do with the appointment, we'll be coming back out to have a vote in terms of that appointment.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councilman Anderson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone?
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield?
Yes.
And Mayor McIntosh?
Yes.
See you in executive session.
Just waiting for our solicitor to get back on. Okay, Madam Clerk.
I need a motion to come out of executive session, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Anderson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Whitfield. Roll call.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
Do I have to restate the resolution, Mr. Crook, or I can go and ask for a nomination?
We should do a motion, a resolution to open nominations to the MUA. And so restate the resolution, we'll do a motion to open nominations and then do nominations. Okay.
Resolution 2023. Did I just forget what my motion was? 2023-28, a resolution for the Township Council of the Township of Willenburg providing for appointments to the WMUA. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Whitfield, seconded by Councilman Anderson. Roll call.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I need a motion to open up nominations for WMUA.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Whitfield, seconded by Councilman Anderson. Roll call.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
Need a nomination, please?
I'd like to nominate Webster Evans.
I nominate James Boyer.
Any other nominations? Need a motion to close nominations, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Anderson, seconded by Councilwoman Perone. Roll call.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I need a motion to appoint a member to the WMUA. This would be a by name roll call.
And this is for, Madam Clerk, this is for member 3 position, just to keep the roles accurate.
This would be a by name vote for member 3 appointment. Councilman Anderson,
Webster Evans.
Councilwoman Perone,
Webster Evans.
Councilwoman Worthy,
James Boyer.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
James Boyer.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Said James Boyer.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear.
Microphone was off.
My microphone was off. I'm sorry,
It was far
James
away or
Boyer.
something. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so member 3 is James Boyer.
So with James Boyer being pushed up from an alternate to a main, we still have a gap for alternate 1. That still needs to be filled, Madam Mayor. Madam Clerk.
And I need a nomination for alternate 1.
That, Ms.
I nominate.
I
Yeah,
nominate Madam Mallory. I mean, Maddie, I'm sorry. It's Maddie.
I nominate William Weston.
Any other nomination? Need a motion to close nomination, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Worthy, seconded by Councilman Anderson. Roll call.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I need a motion to appoint these members to the as alternate 1. This will be a by name vote. Councilman Anderson, I need a motion, please.
I'm sorry. This is by name, right?
Right. Wait a minute,
Okay.
did I just do a motion? I'm sleepy.
Yeah, you just didn't.
Yeah.
Roll call by name.
Thank you. Roll call by name.
Will Weston.
Councilwoman Perone,
Miss Maddie.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Will Weston.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Will Weston.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Will Weston.
Will Weston as alternate 1.
So now we still have since Mr. Weston was moved up from alternate 2 to alternate 1, we have a vacancy in alternate 2 position at the MUA.
Need a nomination for alternate 2, please.
I nominate Diallo Diggs.
Any other nomination?
I nominate Miss Mallory Marley.
Need a motion to close nomination, please?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Dr. Worthy, seconded by Mayor McIntosh. Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh. Mayor
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
I need a motion to appoint a member as alternate 2 to WMUA. This will be a by name roll call. Councilman Anderson. I need a motion.
Abstain.
Everybody else hearing that interference?
I hear it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know where that's somebody else on the line besides us. I'm just concerned about where that's coming from.
Must be a TV or something.
Like
It's
a
a TV.
background TV. Yeah.
TV.
Okay, all right.
Councilwoman Perone,
Maddie Mallory.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Diallo Diggs.
Councilwoman Deputy Mayor Whitfield
Diallo Diggs.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Diggs.
Diallo Diggs, alternate 2. That close the loop?
But yes.
Continue?
Yes, please.
I need a motion to adjourn, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mayor McIntosh, seconded by Dr. Worthy. Roll call, please.
Roll call on adjournment.
Okay, all in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, good
It
night,
is
Bolingboro.
11:30.
Yes,
It is
on the
11:30.
dot. Thank you.